Yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another stream. Yes, I know I'm streaming on a Thursday. Who is this man? What have you done to the real doobie? But welcome back to another live stream, guys. As you can see, there's been quite a big change. If we look in the background, I now have Codex green on the light because we are now fully using Codex for our entire build. Okay, I'm actually quite annoyed at Claude these days. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they've done another increase in usage, which honestly baffles me a little bit. I'm like, dude, just let it go, man. Like, where was it? Starting 15 June, paid Claude plans can claim a dedicated. So there's two things that they've done. Okay, the first one is Claude plans can claim a dedicated monthly credit for programmatic usage. Okay, so this is going to cover Claude Agent SDK, Claude P, Claude Code, GitHub Actions, and other third-party apps built specifically on the Agent SDK. So that's interesting. I'm not sure the size of it. Monthly credits amounts vary by plan. Okay, it looks like here, Pro gets $20, Max gets $100. This is their way of subsidizing all us Vibecoders looking to running out of their plans. But this is the other interesting one as well. They've said Claude Code weekly limits are increasing 50% now through July 13. And I'm just like, bro, we got enough weekly limits. I don't know about you guys. I feel like we have enough weekly usage limits already. I want more hourly usage, man. Like, the hourly usage is what I'm after. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I don't know. It felt like a bit of a nothing burger to me. Who knows? Maybe they'll do something crazy about it. But yeah, I saw someone as I was starting this live stream. Someone was like, "Dude, you've been on 47K for so long, man. Like, can we get an update on that?" And I was just like, I mean, you're not wrong. To be fair, if we were to look at when we started the live streams, right? We've been on this shit for a minute. And it's partly, I'm not gonna lie, it's mainly my fault. I would probably say I've jumped around a lot. Like, we got 47K way back here on day 30, around day 36, 37. So we've nearly almost doubled. Damn, I didn't know. Actually, we haven't doubled, no. But we've gained an extra 20 days since then. And the number hasn't moved, so people are like, what's going on? I completely understand that, but, I just want you guys to also understand, like, this is real. Like, every time I work on this, I live stream. So if I'm not live streaming, I'm not working on the app, okay? So I just want you guys to fully understand that this is a real series, okay? And, obviously there's going to be bumps, there's going to be blockages along the way, but that's not going to stop me from trying to reach the goal of 100K. Sometimes you really do need the time to build the app, to prep. And, some of that was me experimenting and jumping around. I was trying a lot of OpenClaw stuff down here. OpenClaw kept breaking. So it kind of left the spanner in the works. And, that's just part of the journey, right? Like, you try some shit, it doesn't work out. You try some other shit, maybe that doesn't work out too. But at the end of the day, as long as you keep trying shit, I'm convinced we're going to hit that 100K as easily as we hit that 47. So I'm not that worried. The app I'm building right now, I'm confident that once I release it, we'll start moving again. And what I really like about this app is I've thought about it a little bit more strategically in terms of how to position myself on a long-term journey with the project that I'm building. And what I mean by this is every single thing that I've built in this journey so far, it didn't really have staying value, okay? At the start here, we built Ore Miner, which was a crypto trading mining tool that I built. It hit $650,000 in trading volume in the first 2 months. Insane. But it didn't have staying power. The project that I built it on has now reduced its market cap by like 95%. Majority of the volume is gone. Crypto has gone down a shit ton. It just didn't work out. That is the app that made me want to start this journey in the first place. The second app that we built, Sway, which was a prediction markets Tinder-like swiping app, it didn't get any users. We got like 100 users, maybe like made $50, which is probably why you saw the slight increase in revenue. Now I'm like, okay, well, I am inside of the AI coding space. So it only makes sense that I should build tools inside of the space. So then there's a level of longevity to it, right? Because I can continue to improve the tool that I'm using every single day. So that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. What up, Medjul? What's today's plan? Today's plan is going to be all about just, building our app and, starting where we left off. Claude ran out of its plan yesterday, so we're kind of stuck, stalemated for a little bit. So the plan will be to jump right back into things. What up, Xander? How we doing? Gabel, investor founder, how we doing? Love it, my man. Damn, it's early for you, bro. Jumping in from New Zealand. Hey, let's go. We got a New Zealander in the house. Yes, it is pretty early for me. It's currently 7:20 a.m. But I noticed a lot of you guys were joining pretty late at night. It was like 3 a.m. for some of you guys. So I was like, you know what? I can wake up a little earlier so you guys can sleep a little earlier as well. Kick, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Hermes is the way. Yes, sir. Yo, Hermes, blowing my mind. I'll have to leave that for another stream. But yeah, Hermes is blowing my mind. Drew, what's going on? What's going on? Also, new video I just posted, by the way, guys. If you're interested, it's all about Claude plus C-Dance creates viral AI UGC videos on autopilot. Yeah, I found a method. It involves connecting two MCPs, Higgs field, and then posters. But with the combination, you can basically autonomously post UGC videos. And, if you use your imagination a little bit, you can schedule certain actions on Claude Cowork to occur at a certain time so that when, you run out of posts, let's say 2 weeks in, you can actually go in and get these videos posted for you autonomously. They can generate the image autonomously, then it can actually post the thing that it's generated autonomously as well. So it's a really good watch. If you're building an app and you're thinking, how do I market this thing? I think this is a good place to start. And don't look at marketing as a black box as well, guys. Like a lot of people are like, so many people are doing this already. And I'm like, dude, there's a reason people are doing it, right? People are doing it because it works. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to do what everyone is doing that already works, right? Like, look at this one. Do you know how many sloppers doing this, lol? I'm like, bro, there's a reason why everyone's doing this, It's because it works. That's the whole point. So, I don't know. I feel like also look into other areas. This is obviously, I'd probably say this is maybe $200 a month in expenses if you were to go down this route. But, there's free marketing methods as well. If you have a lot of time, but not a lot of money, then I would go down more of like a Reddit marketing route where you literally just comment on people's pain points. If you have a lot of money and not much time, I'd probably just hire an agency. But if you're in that middle spot like me and you kind of have a bit of money and you have a bit of time, you can probably set up your own little autonomous AI marketing system like I've shown in the video. Do be curious what you think about vibe coding for games and game services. I've been thinking about stuff like 5M content packs, GTA 6 servers, job scripts, system. Dude, I think it's a huge market. I'm not gonna lie. Specifically GTA 6 servers. Dude, when GTA 6 comes out, I'm gonna be on that shit, man. Like, I'm gonna be playing that game and I'm going to try and learn every possible thing that I can about this game. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but like GTA 5 total earnings. Dude, GTA 5 generated nearly $10 billion, okay? Like the people that got in early, who like built servers around it, were able to generate millions like pretty easily and comfortably, right? Like if you guys think the Roblox mayhem shit and the Fortnite shit is crazy, wait till GTA 6 comes out, because it is literally going to be crazy. Like they've already reported that they've spent $2 billion making this game. 2 with a freaking B, man. Do you know how absurd that is? Do you know, like, I think Elden Ring was like 200 or 300 million. Let me fact check that. Elden Ring cost to make. Around $200 million for Elden Ring. Freaking Elden Ring, guys. Do you know how crazy of a game Elden Ring is? So now times that by 10. That's what they've spent on GTA 6. And you know, you don't just spend that money if you don't know what you're doing. You're spending that money because you're expecting a return, right? So if they're spending $2 billion on a game, I guarantee you they're expecting at least 10 times that amount. So, you know, I'm going to definitely be covering this when it comes out, because I'm super excited about it. I was a little bit of a fan of GTA 5, but like not in the sense where I was like playing it all the time. I just like play it when I was at my friend's house. So I'm going to definitely jump on that shit when it comes out, and I'll definitely be sharing my journey on that as well. Last video was fire. Thanks, bro. Did you hear that Conductor won't work anymore with Claude subs? Really? Where'd they say that? Is it on the Twitter? Surely not. I guess I got to get my app working by then. X. Because they use native CLI, so why wouldn't it work? Vince is trolling. Vince is trolling. Vince is trolling. GTA 6 will make millionaires. Yes, sir. Completely agree. Hey, Dino, bro, how come you haven't made any money recently? Watch the first, like, 2 minutes of my live stream. I just addressed it. Feel free to go back. I'm currently building a valet app on urgent for this company to delete all their paper trail, and for this app to somehow be used as a payment method and an SMS send out for pickup. That's cool. What are your connections around, you know, valet services? Have you been a valet before? Because it seems very specific, right? Like that's B2B, not B2C. So you'd have to, you know, be familiar with like the hotels and stuff like that. They've changed usage. They no longer support subscriptions with Claude.p. I think that is actually wrong. Because like I can't see a reason why Conductor would do that. And if you look at Claude devs, they just announced that starting June 15th, paid Claude plans can claim a dedicated monthly credit for programmatic usage. The credits cover usage of Claude P. So it's not like it's being deprecated or anything, or that they're reducing its support. That doesn't really make any sense. I'm also thinking about a creator buddy type app, but for AI content, something that helps you find ideas, draft posts, organize your voice, and use whatever AI model you want behind it. That's not a bad idea if it actually worked. I've seen a lot of people tackle I've seen a lot of people tackle this problem, and I don't think I've seen anyone do it well. So if you were to actually do it in a way that is super easy to understand, and you could automatically post content from the website as well, I can see there being a differentiation for sure. Hey Doobie, why haven't you... Wait, did you ask that question twice? Yo, Josh, watch the first 5 minutes of the live stream. I addressed that. Just don't want to repeat myself. Vince, yeah, there's no chance, man. There's no way Claude does that. If you look at it from a business perspective, they're just going to lose all their customers. So there's no reason why they would do that. So then you got to think, okay, if Conductor's not going to do that, then it must be Claude that is actually going to deprecate that, right? But there's nothing saying that Claude is deprecating that. So, like, where's the announcement? DM me the source, Vince. I'm new here. Can you tell me what is ACE and is used for what? So this is the app that I've been working on. Guys, I'll give you a quick intro. So this is ACE. It's my agentic coding environment. And basically the point of ACE is to be able to connect multiple different agentic tools together to be able to create more complex workflows that wouldn't be available if you were starting out for the first time. You know, when I first started Vibecoding, I felt like a lot of these tools and concepts were beyond me because I was new and I didn't really know how to do anything. So, you know, the ability to get Claude and Codex to synthesize with each other to come up with a PRD, for example, is a back and forth that you can save time on if you just connect them together, you know? Interesting, thanks. All good, bro. Good morning, good morning. Hope all is well and goals are ready to get kicked. 100%. Slyphon, you must like soccer or something, man. Like, I'm creating a dashboard website that tracks all the social medias and you can analyze competitors. That's cool. That's cool. Seems to be a trend in the chat with the content analyzation. Vince is saying to check that post. Same thing as OpenClaw, you were on the X post, just read the full post. So what, they're deprecating, what does it say? Is it this one? You can use Claude Code CLI, IDE extensions, desktop and the web. This means that third-party tools built on the agent SDK like Conductor and OpenClaw work with your Claude plan, but will draw from your credit the same way your own scripts do. Yeah, so it's fine. Vince, mate, I think you're tripping. They literally said it works. How it works. We've heard your questions about SDK and Claude P usage, sharing your subscription rate limits with Claude Code and Chat. Starting June 15, programmatic usage gets its own dedicated budget instead. Your subscription limits don't change. They're now reserved for interactive use. How it works. Claim the monthly credit once, and programmatic usage will draw from it automatically when it runs out. You can keep going with usage credits. If usage credits are turned off, usage pauses until the credit resets. This means that third-party tools built on Agent SDK like Conductor and OpenClaw work with your Claude plan. Yeah, so it's chill. This framing is intentionally misleading. Wait, what? Claude subscription plans are now eligible to receive a monthly Agent SDK credit. What's changing? No longer counts towards your Claude usage plans. Your subscription usage stays the same. To support 8 use monthly credit by plan. Members of seat-based enterprise. Okay, what the credit covers. The credit doesn't apply to, okay. How the credit works. Per user, not pooled. Refreshes monthly, one time. Drains first. Past the credit, usage moves to extra usage. When your monthly credit runs out, additional agent SDK usage flows to extra usage at standard API rates. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So you get, okay, so what happens is you now get a smaller budget of the subscription. And then you move to the API keys, the API rates. When your monthly credit runs out, additional agent SDK usage flows to extra usage at standard API rates. So this flows to extra usage at standard API rates. So that means that, for example, with the max 5x plan, you're basically getting $100 of usage based off of the subscription plan, right? Theo's post. Let's see what he says. Kind of crazy that Anthropic's spending more time trying to lock out better apps and harness instead of just fixing Claude code. This one, if you use any of the following with your Claude sub, your usage just got cut by 25x. They're disguising this as free credits, don't fall for it. This part is written in such a misleading way that I'd argue it's basically a lie. This means that third-party tools built on the agent SDK like Conductor and OpenClaw work with the Claude plan, but will draw from your credit the same way your own scripts do. Your own scripts do. Dude, why would they do this? Wait. Dude, what? Why would they do that? Dude, why would they freaking do that, man? Dude, no way. Did you just send me the same post? Yeah. Bro, that's... Wait, so when does this start? 15th of June? A month from now? Dude, does that mean everyone's just going to switch to Codex? Why would they do that? I just use OpenRouter and token limits, so I don't need to worry about Anthropic screwing up the pricing structure. But if you use OpenRouter, you're actually using the API rates, which is, according to Theo, 25 times more than the subscription rates. LMA, bro, it's not chill, man. They have intentionally framed it a screwed way. Dude, the way that they wrote that is ridiculous, man. Like, what is the PR on that, dude? It's almost like disingenuous. Like, it's actually kind of like left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not gonna lie. Problem with a lot of the agent tools is they don't utilize token limits, so they roast your credit balance in a week. I can use 1 billion tokens in a month with Claude and spend almost nothing. Hey, Doobie, run us through the app that got you 47 in revenue from. Read the description and it gives you like an idea of everything that's happened so far. I just don't want to repeat myself. Check DMs, mate. Read that. Yep, it's not chill. Just use Claude via OpenRouter and build your own agent tools and utilize token limits. You'll get the same output and save a ton of money. But you're still using the API. You're still using API rates. Yeah, but the token limits save you a shit ton of money. Most agent tools just blast through tokens for no reason. Yeah, are you talking about the auto router? The auto router tool that they have? I mean, you can set limits on Claude. OpenRouter charges like, I think, an extra like 5 cents or something on top per call. I forgot what the rate was. I have a solution. There's always around it. The thing is though, like, I remember when Peter Steinberg came up with a solution when they blocked OpenClaw. It lasted like 4 days and then they just cut that too. Like, I feel like when Claude is very strict on something and they're very like, it has to go our way. Like, we don't want this shit. You guys ain't getting this shit. We need a big competitor or they will do whatever they feel like. I mean, to be fair, Codex is my new favorite. As you can see, light in the background is green today for a reason, because Codex is my new favorite. Anytime I get Codex on some shit, it just gets the job done. So if I look at my Claude limit from, because I'm pretty sure I hit the, yeah, I hit the Claude design limit already. All right. Let's chuck some music on and get into it. Vince, bro, that sucks, man. Dude, that freaking sucks. Gotta jump on Codex. Damn. Why do they want people to use their own software so bad? Like, we're just gonna have to be forced to use Claude now. I also built a basic software where users can enhance or compress prompt by select and click keyboard shortcuts. That's cool. That's cool. I think Whisper Flow has a feature like that as well. I just don't see that many people using it. I was going to do something. I was going to put music on. So we were kind of left stalemated yesterday because I wanted to do a bunch of shit, but we ran out of our Claude usage plan. And dude, this is crazy to me because I have Codex building everything, right? I literally have Codex building everything. I gave Claude one prompt, and I also gave Claude the ability. See, look on the left-hand side here, you can see all of the merge ready features, right? I haven't merged any of them because I want Claude to review, and I haven't been able to get Claude to review because I ran out of usage limits. And I'm like, bro, you have one job, man. Codex is doing the heavy lifting. Like, how are you running out of credits? Bro, which platform software is AI Agent Workflow the ACE is working on? This is just through, I think it's called Electron. And basically it's like a server which it updates from. But this app itself is installed locally. I'm moving to Codex. Yo, old kick. You got to move to Codex, man. I'm telling you. It's really good. I built this whole thing on Codex. The only thing that I didn't build on Codex is the UI, which I used Claude Design for, and then just I downloaded the zip file and just pasted it into Codex. All right, let's chuck some music on. And get into it. Yo, PN, what's good, bro? I started live stream a little earlier for you, bro. So hopefully it's not too late for you this time around. They probably used Mythos to write that post, prompting it to write it in the most convoluted way possible. Yeah, for real. 100. Freaking Mythos, man. All right, let's get, first things first. We are now going to get, let me just check. I think it's advanced. Is it experimental? No. Models. Review mode is Opus 4.7 extra, effort extra high. Yep, okay, so this is the setup. And now what we're gonna do is we are going to hit this review button. I just realized you guys can't see the corner. Here, let me change my camera so you guys can see. Is that better? I feel like that's better. Because there's actually shit in the corner there, where there's not that much shit in this corner. Alright, so I hit this review button, right? And now I have Claude review every single one of these. So, I'm gonna get Claude to review this. And I think this is good because it removes biases, right? Like Codex built it. So if you get Codex to review it, then it's just, it doesn't make sense. It's like telling the same person to look at his own, proofread his own work, you know? So you get a different agent like Claude, or if you're using Claude to build, you get Codex to review. And I think it's a good setup because you can get like the smaller plan. So if you have the max tier plan for one of them, get the pro tier plan for the other one and use them as the review agent. So I would probably say use pro tier plan for Claude, max tier for Codex, because Codex you have way more usage limit. See, this is how down bad I was yesterday, man. I left notes. I freaking left notes on shit that I'm missing out on because of the Claude usage limit. Like I've never been in a position where I needed it so bad. Like it was like the worst time. So I literally wrote notes. It's like, yo, check debate 3, look at the loading screen, debate 4, debate 9. Like, so yeah, also don't make fun of my handwriting, but we're gonna look into that in a second. HeyGen integrates into Codex as a plugin for video creation. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I can see the benefit of that because Codex and ChatGPT's image generation capabilities are insane. Yo, also check this out. Dude, I generated this yesterday. Look how freaking cool this is. Alright, I gotta turn music off. Dude, look how cool this is, by the way. Higgs field is actually blowing my mind a little bit. But I generated this off of one prompt. Like, look at this. Like, what? Like, that's sick. That was like less than 30 seconds of work. Like Cdance 2.0 has literally impressed me so much. They got this cool feature. I didn't get to share it in the video because it was kind of unrelated. But they got this feature. If you go into Higgs field and you hit the explore button, you're now in the home page, right? If you scroll down a little bit, scroll down. This is Cdance. Keep scrolling. This is interesting. They made an entire movie off of AI and it's like available as an original series to watch, which is pretty interesting. But scroll down a little bit more. Look how cool this is. Cinematic VFX ready to use. So if I explore all presets, I can pick one of these. This is the one I picked last time. Let's pick a different one. I could pick like this one. All I gotta do is upload my face. So I'll pick this image right here that I've got of my head. I just upload it. And that's it. Now I can literally have myself, like I could use this as a YouTube intro, for example, which is just crazy to me. Like I love it. I think it's awesome. So that's loading. Lol, I saw this. Seedance is really good. Nice. What are Google even doing with their infinite money? I think they should be doing something about anthropic dominance. Yeah, I think the problem with Google, right, is they have so many different areas to focus on. Like they just did their recent Android keynote, and I'm not gonna lie, it looks amazing. What they're doing to Android and the new Android version is incredible. Like they're basically looking to eat Apple's money. Like the ability to while you're driving, you can just speak to Google and it'll like be able to send the address to your friend, or you could speak to Google and like say, hey, can you buy me some eggs? And then you just have to tap a single button on your car to check out. Like they're really doing some cool shit. So honestly, I think they're just a little bit disconnected in terms of like, they're such a big company and they got so many different areas to focus in, right? Claude is just an AI company and Claude just focuses on this thing. Google's focusing on Android, they're focusing on their phone, they're focusing on how Gemini can work on the phone, how Gemini works in a car, how Gemini works on like consumer facing things, right? So I don't know, you can't really blame Google for going in that direction. But yeah, I see what you mean by that gap. So there was a finding C. Claude found a issue when Codex didn't. That's exactly why you use it as a review agent. And then just go through. No findings found here, so I can go ahead and merge. And then here we've got 1, 2, 3 findings. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste it into Codex. Auto star, that's merged. Finish ace user, okay. No findings, let's go. What's this? Rename. Finish ace user face rename, okay, merge. And chuck the music back on. Bro, which platform software is AI agents workflow the ACE is working on? Please answer. Bro, I search it and I find no related info of code Electron. Could please give us a quick way to download this in locally? It's not like a local download, bro. I built this by myself. Like I just built this Vibecoding. So I've just prompted AI. I've used Codex and Claude to build this whole app. This is like my own app. Regarding like the Electron thing, here, let me ask AI for you so I can explain it. Explain to me like I'm 5 years old how the ACE app is built. I remember hearing something about an electrons. Just let me know like how it's built so I can explain to my live stream. They want to know. All right, let's see if that works. Implemented an open PR. Starting, well, there's one output block inside of it. It kind of makes sense that, okay, so this is done. We can archive this. Loading screen E. Okay, this is what we need to focus on. So always starting in, so this was the review. Let's go ahead and paste this in. I think this might be good. Rename half done. Okay, we can probably get rid of this. Kyoto. We've just implemented a new smart context feature. Cool. Commit PR is open clean. That's sorted. What's this one? This was regarding smart context passing per connection type. Waiting for the update to pop through. Great live stream ideas, man. Documenting your process is great. Oh, thanks, Angel. Appreciate that. Okay, finally it successfully asked for permission to connect to the mic. So this is the other thing that we need to test as well. Now I'm getting this error again. I'm gonna get Claude to review this again. So here's how it works. Concise one paragraph. Ace is a Mac desktop app built with Electron, a native app shell that opens a hidden local next.js React web app inside its window. When Ace starts, Electron launches a local node server. The UI talks to it over WebSockets, and that server runs tools like Claude CLI and Codex CLI to stream agent work back into the app. Most UI server updates ship from GitHub as a runtime update, so the installed app can refresh its content without replacing the whole desktop app. Are you using Codex Business Plan? Nah, I'm just using the, is Business the $200 plan? I'm on the 20X right now. So I'm on Pro 20X. So I think it's $200. Yeah. Business is pay as you go. It's different. Yo, all right. The video just got generated. Let's check this out. Let me download it. You guys ready for this shit? You guys ready? All right, let's watch this. Do I look like that? I don't know if I look like that. Wait, what? Show me my face, dog. Nah, that was kind of ass. And I look kind of chub. Like I look a bit pudge. Yeah, honestly, that wasn't the best generation. All right, just ignore that happened. We just pretend that didn't happen. Where'd the video go? Make sure it's closed. Alright, made me stop my music for that shit, man. Never again. What do you think about Claude Max Plan with Codex Plus? If it's enough usage for you, that's fine. But right now, you also gotta be aware that it's a tug of war, right? And these things change. So right now, I am confident that Codex is better than Claude. Like, without a doubt, in my mind. Codex is just proven time and time again that it's better. But, you know, a few months ago, it was Claude that was better than Codex. So it's just this tug of war, right? It might be next month that Claude releases Opus 4.8, and now all of a sudden Claude is better than Codex. You feel me? So it depends. It changes every month. What's Doobie cooking today? I am cooking. I'm trying to cook. Any chefs in the chat? Concise. We've done that. Just fix Mac OS speech. Runtime had updated to, but was still. Okay. Try the voice again. So let's delete this. Bring in a new one. Okay. Allow. Yo, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. So this is the thing that comes up. Oh, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that works. Hey, it worked! We got the transcript. Nice. Transcript is currently working. Now, the issue that I have is, is it going to ask for permissions every time we reinstall and update the app? Is there a way to make it like stay? So it doesn't have to ask me again? Because yesterday we already accepted these permissions and now you've reinstalled the app and now it's asking for these permissions again. Is there a workaround or not really? Guys, we got the transcript working. All right, so let me test this properly. Hold on, I need to turn the music off for this. So I think what I would like as a success is I'm able to drag this in and then I'm able to talk for a minute straight and the app is able to transcribe everything that I'm saying and then provide it as context to Claude or Gemini or Codex or whatever AI agent that I am looking to connect this context to. That is the goal here, because I feel like when you are able to express yourself verbally, you are able to get the idea out much clearer, and you almost start rambling in this method where as you talk, you learn, and as you learn, you might even change your idea, versus writing it out is, obviously a lot more time consuming. Whisper Flow hit the Forbes top 30 in fastest growing companies in the world right now, because there's clearly a trend for voice annotation apps. All right, let's see if that transcribes. It should pop up in this box down here. Okay. I'm able to talk for a minute. So transcription said the last thing. So let me just take a screenshot of this. All right, so I just tested out the transcription. I recorded a whole 1 minute of me talking, and all it did was give me the last word that I said, which was apps. Review the screenshot. You can see how long the recording was, and you can see the transcript that came out of it. Now, I want this to be a tool where I can talk for 5, 10, 20 minutes straight, and the app is able to transcribe everything reliably. Is this possible with our current transcription method, or do we need a subscription with Whisper or some other third party? Voice OS is perfect. The thing is, I didn't want to bloat the app with a bunch of shit when I thought like, okay, we can probably just use the built-in transcription tool. Chuck music back on. But yeah, I'll probably need to try a different method. Yes, screenshot confirms the problem. The app captured a 1-minute recording, but Apple's speech returned only apps. This is not good enough for the product you want. Our current method is browser records audio, app converts it to 16 WAV, server sends one file to Apple. We wait for one final transcript. Current UI also caps recording at 5 minutes. That path is fine for quick voice notes, but it's not the right foundation for reliable 5, 10, or 20-minute dedication. The last word only result is exactly the kind of failure mode that makes me not trust Apple Speech as the primary long-form transcription backend here. Keep Apple Speech only as the free local fallback for short clips. Add a real long-form transcription provider for serious use. What do you guys reckon? I want to use something reliable. I've used OpenAI's transcription tool. It's really good. It's also not that expensive. I provide a setting with cloud accurate as the default. Okay, let me go onto the interwebs. I currently want to release my own app called Ace, and it is an agentic coding environment. Now I'm looking to charge $15 a month, and so that requires me to basically reduce costs everywhere possible, right? The tool basically needs to be free, nearly free for me to run and host, okay? The whole concept of Ace is to make it simple and easy for multiple AI agents to interact with one another. Now, I'm trying to implement a transcription tool right now, and I've used Mac OS's local transcription. However, it's not good enough. And so I'm looking to use Whisper by OpenAI and potentially some other tools. I just want something that's low bloat, that is reliable and isn't going to be a headache. However, I'm also wary of the costs. Now, it's not the main feature of the app, but it is a feature that I want to implement so people can use it, right? If we're charging $15 a month, how much could we expect to pay on the transcription tool? So for example, each user was to do like 60 minutes of transcription a month, or how much could we even support? All right, let's see. You're overestimating the cost of transcription by a lot. Transcription is actually one of the cheapest AI features you can add to Ace right now. Using OpenAI Whisper, it's 0.003 a minute for the cheap model. For the higher quality model, it's 0.006 a minute. That means 60 minutes a month is 18 cents. Oh, what am I stressing about? That's nothing. So if your users average 1 hour a month, 10 hours, you don't even start caring at 10 hours actually. This is 10 hours, it's $1.80. The bigger risk is long-running agent loops, not transcription. My recommendation for ACE, OpenAI Mini Transcribe. Dirt cheap, extremely reliable, privacy concerns for some users. This is probably the correct move for ACE right now. Oh, dude, I should have done this earlier. All right, let's use OpenAI Mini Transcribe. Please clean up the code, and now let's use OpenAI Mini Transcribe. Worth noting that the actual recording feature that we have is working really good. We shouldn't change anything to do with the recording. It's just the transcription part that we need to change now. Let me know when you need the API keys. OpenAI recommended only itself, lol. I mean, I was, that's true, but I was looking to use them anyway. So I was like, oh, perfect. Plus I in the prompt, I mentioned them too. I didn't actually show the full prompt. That's actually my bad. Let me see. So they've got Groq. Another extremely good option is Groq. They run whisper style transcription absurdly fast and cheaply. Yo, let me actually stop this real quick. So, compare the prices between OpenAI Mini Transcribe and Groq. Okay. Has anyone used Groq? You can no longer get the Seeker air. I mean, you can get the Seeker airdrop, but it's just not going to be anywhere near as big as the first one because now obviously everyone knows about it. So there's way more people competing. If you were in the live streams early, I was shouting that shit from the mountains, man. I was like, you guys got to get on Seeker. I hope some of you guys listened. I don't think anyone did, but it is what it is. So Groq is really cheap. I'm wondering. So cons, 4 to 5 times pros, dead simple, stable, excellent docs, fewer weird edge cases, better formatting, punctuation, generally stronger multilingual handling, easier long-term maintenance, absurdly cheap, insanely fast, very low latency, Whisper is mature and proven, generous, free tier. More raw infra feeling, less polished ecosystem, occasional queue rate limit weirdness, Whisper outputs can feel slightly rougher, less future-proof if you want advanced speech features later. Yeah, I think optimize for lowest operational headache while margins still work. Best setup is Groq Whisper Turbo because transcript is not core to ACE. Users mostly care that it works. Almost irrelevant. Okay. All right, let's try Groq Whisper Turbo. Let's not use OpenAI Mini. Let's actually use it's cheaper and I think we can implement it, no issues. Just let me know what you need from me. What we can do is like, we can use Groq and then just see, like, okay, using Groq, we know that, oh, we could also just set a cap. Like we could set a 10-hour cap. A 10-hour cap would be, Groq's official docs show the endpoint in OpenAI compatible with Whisper Large v3 Turbo available at 4 cents an hour and audio support from WebM. I'll add Groq. Wait. This is saying 4 cents an hour, which is comparable to review Groq documentation and review OpenAI mini documentation and let me know which one is cheapest and most reliable and easiest to implement. Do I have to create a Solana Dapp to get the airdrop? Yes, you do. Groq is not Twitter. Groq's, it's another thing, but it was acquired by NVIDIA for a ton of money, so it should be great. Okay, good to know. Because I feel like this is telling me the wrong information now. It told me that was a 4 cents. Here it was telling me something different. Here it was telling me it was, oh no, cost per hour 4 cents. Cost per hour 18 cents, okay. Anyway, I'll let that go. Sweet, this is good. We can go ahead and create PR. Okay, so 20 minutes at Groq Turbo is 1 cent. OpenAI Mini, it's 6 cents. 1 hour of OpenAI Mini is 18 cents. Honestly, 100 hours is $18. I think we should just do OpenAI Mini, and then looking at the user data, once we have feedback, we can see, okay, we can make that change. We should not touch recording. We should send the existing recording to Groq, not force Apple style WAV conversion. I need a Groq API key optional set. Okay, so even Codex is saying Groq is straightforward. Groq Turbo is cheapest and very fast, but Groq's own docs say large v3 is the accuracy sensitive choice. OpenAI Mini may be more robust in some messy audio cases, but it is about 4.5 times more expensive than Groq Turbo. For reliability, the bigger win is not just provider choice. We should chunk long audio into 30-60 second segments and stitch results. Groq explicitly recommends chunking for large, precise transcriptions, and its model card says Turbo's audio context is optimized for 30-second segments. Okay. So it needs a Groq API key, which I think I already have one. Make it modular, configurable like a plugin, so I can switch between the two. Max file size. I'm just getting a API key right now. Which I already had one. Cool. Note that this is Groq with Q, not Groq, not Twitter's Groq. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. It's just that Whisper Flow isn't aware. So every time I use the voice annotation tool, it autocorrects it to GROK, not GROQ. Josh, yes you do. I think what I'll do is I'll use Groq, and then if I don't like Groq, I'll just use Mini. Like, that's fine. I don't think we need to make it modular because it's just like a tiny feature. Like, we just need to decide. Groq looks pretty documented. I'm just gonna paste the API key. Have I paid for this? I'm currently on the free tier. What are my usage? What are my limits? Pay per token. Right. Whisper has no dictionary. It does. Cloudflare is down. I wasn't aware. They have the same API, so you can implement them both. Like, one is the default one and the other is the fallback one if the default one fails or is down or returns. Yeah, that's what I'm noticing as well. Groq seems to support both. Then in the future, you can easily toggle which one is the default one and which one is the fallback. Good idea. Good idea. Alright, I've just added the API key. So we've just opened up a PR here. This is regarding the loading screen, which we made yesterday. I don't know if you guys remember. We added a pretty cool loading screen. Minor observations not worth posting as inline. Okay, so we can go ahead and merge this now. It's done some fixes. Let's do another round of reviews here. And what else did I write from yesterday? Okay. So let's fix some of this shit. Do you make App Store apps? Yes. I mean, I used to. So I built this autonomous app factory, which made apps on the App Store. If you look at my recent video, Plant Pulse is one of them. It hasn't really made any money yet because I didn't really do any marketing. Although all those videos I made in that video, I'll probably be posting. So it'll be interesting to see the results when that comes out. Okay. So debate 3 is all about loops and picking among. So let me argue each one. So loop another by connection. My gesture, my pick, hybrid of B and C. A loop as another connector, cheap to build. User draws an edge from C back to A and labels it loop. Problem, a connector implies one-shot flow. A loop has properties. Option B, loop as a drag container element, a box that agents live inside. Runs up to 5 times, stops when reviewer says approved. Familiar with N8N. Option C, user draws a back edge. System detects the cycle and treats it as a loop. Cleanest gesture, but the loop's properties have nowhere natural to live. User drags from agent C's output back to agent A's input. System detects the cycle and shows an inline confirmation loop. Looks like a loop run up to n times or stop when on confirm a soft lilac region to edit and the cap and stopping condition. Regarding debate 3, so we already have stages, right? And the way that stages work is there's a priority in the different stages. So priority 1 stage goes first, and then their output is handed off to priority 2 stages. So we need this loop to work with the stages system. So let's say it goes all the way up to stage 3. Stage 3 connects back to stage 1. Then that would be considered a loop. And how would that look? Because the stages already have their own properties with a lilac style border. Appreciate you starting stream earlier for us, Night Watchers Doobie. All good, bro. All good. All right. We got debate 4. I miscommunicated. Here's what I meant. Yes, you're right. The board auto saves persistence is fine. Structure only templates. When you duplicate a board today, you get the structure and all the chat history runs output. Debate 4. So couldn't we just create a duplicate, and whenever you duplicate something, it always comes with a fresh chat? Also the ability to just clear the chat or start a new chat. Debate 9. Partially, loops solve autonomy of execution. The workflow keeps running without the user pressing run again. Loops do not solve autonomy of invocation. So debate 9. Was it synth? Yo, is Automator in the chat? Automator? What was that thing called that you recommended? Synthesis open AI. Operating layer. What's it called? Synthetic? Maybe it was like swear it was thesis, open AI, open source. Synthesizer, is it this one? No, it's not this. Man, what's it called? This is Kanban, but open source. Is it this one? Dude, what is it called? Oh, man. I'm gonna have to go back on the... What is it called? I have to go back to that. Thought I might have written it down somewhere. That was kind of important. Debate 10, settings on the canvas without ruining the vibe. The goal, pull patience and strictness out of the buried orchestrator tab without adding Chrome to the canvas. Regarding debate 10, you know, we already have an agent brain. When you double click on an agent, it pops up on the right hand side. Couldn't we add these tools there? No findings. Merge. That was a quick reply. Wait, yeah. 3 focused answers. Debate 3 with stages. This is actually better. You just gave me a cleaner mental model than the one I proposed. If stages already have priorities and lilac borders, then the loop should be a stage level concept. Not an agent level one that changes this design and makes it simpler. How it would look. User drags a connection from stage 3 back to stage 1 or back to stage 2, your call. System detects the back pointing connection between stages and treats it as a loop. The loop visually expresses itself by tying together all the stages caught inside the cycle. If the stage 3 connects back to stage 1, then stage 1, 2, and 3 are in the loop. If stage 3 connects back to stage 2, only stage 2 and 3 are in the loop, and stage 1 runs once as initialization. The visual treatment, the lilac borders of the looped stages get a slight connecting glow or a subtle outer halo that links them. Same color family you're already using for stages, just slightly more present so the user sees these belong to the same loop. The back edge itself is rendered as a curved arrow, not straight, to signal this goes backward with a small badge on it, 5x or until approved. Click the badge to edit the iteration cap and stopping condition. Why this is better than the original answer. One detail to nail: when a stage receives new input from a loop iteration, what does it see? The original input plus the latest output, just the latest. This ties back to the context passing debate for loops. Okay. Specifically, the right default is the previous iteration's output of the last stage in the loop plus the original user prompt. That gives each pass continuity with the last pass without forgetting the original goal. Nice. Let's implement loops, guys. Let's go. Which one was it that... Which was the smart context one? Was it this one? Settings simplification, not that one. Smart context passing. Okay, so I think it was this one. So let's go ahead. I want to implement loops into the board. Please review the text below to understand how it would operate. All right. Cool. Debate 4, with your duplicate fresh chat approach. This is a reasonable answer. Smaller surface area, no new templates concept to teach. Let me sharpen it. What works about it? Let me chuck some music on. It's finished. No new template concepts to teach. Let me sharpen it. What works about it? Reuses an existing affordance. One mental model with fresh state default. Clear chat or start new chat, or an existing board handles the in-place case. Add this if you go this route. The duplicate dialog should explicitly say duplicate structure only, so users know they're getting a fresh slate. Otherwise, they might assume duplicate preserves runs. Duplicate preserves runs and avoid clicking. A small clear chat and run again button at the bottom of a chat thread is the in-place equivalent. Lets users iterate on the same structure with new inputs without duplicating. Yo, Sandev, links don't work in the chat, bro, so it wouldn't have sent. Add this if you go. Okay, a small clear chat and run again button at the bottom of a chat thread is the in-place equivalent. Where it falls short for the factory vision. When you have 20 factories built, find the right factory to duplicate becomes a problem. Today they live inside projects. You'd be hunting through projects to find the right board to duplicate. At some point you'll want a flat workflows library that surfaces all your reusable structures in one place. Regarding debate 4, can you create a prompt? And also, the whole issue that you're saying where it falls short, if users name their boards correctly, then they won't have any issues filtering through 20 different factories. Regarding debate 3, I actually just copy pasted that debate and sent it to an AI agent. Now I've just interrupted it. Could you send me a proper prompt to feed back into it, addressing the interruption and with the additional context in mind? Agent brain panel. Yes, this is the right answer. If the panel already exists on double click, just extend it. No new Chrome, no new affordance to teach. Handoff, debate review, custom. Because for a non-coder building a fresh workflow, set the whole canvas to patient and rigorous, then forget about it in one click. Without the board level default, they'd have to double click every agent and adjust each one. The agent brain panel is great for surgical control, but it shouldn't be the only entry point. Agent brain panel. And regarding debate 10, what is the best way to implement this into our current whiteboard setup with it complementing its surroundings, not taking over? Hey Doobie, I thought with OpenClaw you could create 20 plus in a day. Yeah, you could create 5 plus apps in a day, of which we got to 10, and the success rate was like 3 out of 10 of them got accepted. So the goal now is to so that's a 30% success rate in terms of approvals from Apple's App Store when it comes to the reviews. And so now the goal is to actually improve that to 50, 60, 70%. And that is actually going to be available inside of ACE as a board or a template that you can use. You're literally going to be able to build your own factory, autonomous app factory. That's the goal at least. What up, Mohammed? I'm currently building ACE, which is my agentic coding environment. Implemented Groq and merged it to main. Groq Whisper verified with current blocker because the repo account has a billing spending limit failure. The merged runtime commit is manifest is still old. The installed app will not get Groq until the published your code runtime workflow is rerun successfully. Also, because the API key was pasted. Okay. Try to merge again. For the interrupted debate 3 agent, copy this. Okay, cool. Debate 4, duplicate with fresh chats plus clear chat. Debate 10, how to fit the mood control into the existing whiteboard. You want it to complement, not take over. Here's the cleanest path. Pill in the top bar next to the board name. Already lives in the top bar. Put the mood control immediately next to it as a small text only pill. I don't like how the breadcrumb shows the two previous options, but it doesn't show the one that I'm on. So we should have an additional option showing what the user is currently on, and it is like hollowed out or something, so they know that they're on that. And then when the user goes back, it can kind of like almost like toggle between what they're on, so they can almost like see, okay, we're back into this, now we're in this, and it's visually shown. Because we have something similar when we go back one into the actual project with all the different boards we can select from, except it looks different, and I think we could almost universalize what it looks like the whole way through. GitHub spending limit. How to fix. Update payment method to increase the action spending limit. repository. Budget amount, I'll just say 50. I just need to add my payment method into GitHub because I'm running into too many actions, I think. All right, I think that's sorted. Try this again. Done. Retry. See if that works. What am I building? I'm currently building a agentic coding environment. So the whole point is that you can drag and drop different AI models and have them interact with each other. So you if you're non-technical, you now have access to these more complicated workflows. Get another review on that. It's already merged. This is already merged. This is already merged. This is simplification of the settings. Yeah, we can archive this. This is streamlining user flow, which we actually haven't tested yet. I go home, in here, new board, build a team, start from scratch. Currently, when I'm inside of this chat, there is no way for me to delete any of the boards. Also, when I go to create a new board and I hit start from scratch, I go to a board with multiple AI agents connected already with an output block. I want there to be nothing on this start from scratch board. Not even an output block, no AI agents connected. Nothing. Actually, this is for the wrong chat. I can get rid of that. Which is the one? Is this one? I noticed when I open the app for the very first time, I click on a board, half loaded state. Okay, that's the which one was the this one? When I go to create this is required in order for this feature to work. Can we confirm that after merging, this is what will happen? Still getting issues. This is the loading screen, which we need to verify. No, don't review the remove the visual prompt. That's fine. This is regarding the recording. Okay. Let's see if this update works. We should be expecting a loading screen. We should be expecting, if I go in here, you didn't see any loading screen occur. Okay, why is the app non-interactive right now? Okay. What's my usage limit like? I'm on 64% used already. Can I hand off to... The loading screen has been merged and implemented. However, it is not showing up when I want it to. Whenever I click on a pre-existing board, there is a split second of, I think it should play when things need to be loaded. Like when I restart the app and I open it for the first time, there's a split second of loading involved. And so I'm not seeing the loading screen pop up during this time. Review again. Board deletion controls. Okay, review on this. Hi DB, I just arrived to this series of videos. Where should I get started from? The day one? Sorry for the stupid question. I mean, you can just start from right here, right now, man. You don't need to go back to day one. You can just start from today. You can feel free to read the description to get a catch up on everything that's happened. And yeah, current tool I'm trying to build is called ACE, which is an agentic coding environment. Yeah. No findings. Merge. Fix parallel prompt board output placement. We get another review on this. Finally, I think we're good. Two focused fixes, both with corresponding tests. Remove the exception previously when a user had Gemini configured with the function fell through and silently rewrote. It now treats Cloud Shell like any other foreign auth method. No issues to flag. Both changes are correct. The test coverage matches the behavior changes and tracing through. All right, we can merge. That was a lot of reviews. That was a lot of back and forth reviews. Oh, pressed review on accident. Merge. Add stage loop. Posted 2 inline comments. So let's test out this transcription tool. I am currently testing out the transcription tool. How does it work? 1, 2, 3. Can it transcribe up to a minute long? Because the ability to talk and explain your ideas verbally is really powerful. And I think if we can make that a possibility inside of this tool, and use it as context for AI agents to hold onto, then that is huge. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Does this work? Subscribe to Doobie Boobie. Leave a like on the video if you haven't already. And yeah, I live stream pretty much every day now. Except I'm going to Melbourne next week. So if you think I'm going to be here next week, I won't be. And that's a minute. All right, let's see. Yo! Let's go. So the transcription now works. Dope. Where is the recording is here. So where does ChatGPT have their record button? Because now I'm thinking, why don't I just implement it onto onto the app. And why is my internet so slow right now? Recording and transcription working great. I think now if we could add the ability to send a voice recording inside of the actual workspace prompt. So next to the run button, there's a tiny little mic icon that a user can press. When they press that icon, they're able to speak and say what they want. And then it auto transcribes and submits it into the chat as a transcription. I think this feature is very, very valuable and would be used a lot. Here is an example of how I want it to look. Currently we have the run button taking up everything. I think instead of run, we could just have a little arrow that implies the word send or enter. And then we could have that button kind of highlighted, and then we can have the dictate button kind of more grayed out. Okay, let's do that. This is committed merge. Review this. Fix parallel prompt board. Output placement. No bug. Okay, that's good. We can merge. Loader, show board loader until first canvas paint. Review this. I'll add this as a workspace prompt dictation flow, keeping the existing document voice recorder separate. First, I'm checking the reference mockups and locating the current prompt run controls. I'm using the UI UX guidance here from the compact icon only controls. I found the workspace prompt. It already has the recording transcription utilities nearby for voice notes. I'm going to add a separate prompt dictation button that reuses the transcription endpoint and microphone permission helpers, while keeping the existing voice note recorder logic intact. Now it's important to note that if a user were to use this feature before they use the drag and drop voice annotation tool on the board, and we don't have permissions, it would also need to make that same permission for mic prompt. So now I can change the name of the board. I can clear chat is in the wrong space. Which one is that? Clear chat is currently in the wrong space. It should be inside the actual chat function, underneath the in the same area where you write the prompt. There can be a tiny little clear button. What up, Thug? Feel free to read the description to understand where the money's come from and everything. You can also go back to those days and see what happened. I usually explain everything in like the start of the live streams. Maybe first 20-30 minutes I'll go like show proof and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, everything's very transparent. Let's test out board deletion. So I go back to Yo. Which was breadcrumbs. Which one had breadcrumbs? Was it this one? Currently, the breadcrumbs on the top left-hand side, I prefer the one inside of the actual board selection page because they're little pills and they're quite nice to look at. When I go into the main board, those little pills change a little bit, which I don't like. I think we could keep it the same style. I also kind of want to implement the fact that when I'm inside of a board and then I go back into the home page, I want that previous page that I went back from to still be there available for me to click onto, because this would actually let me jump back and forth between pages really quickly, almost like a redo or an undo button. But it's disguised as a breadcrumb, and it's like where you were previously, right? And it's hollowed out. I think that could be especially useful for when I'm inside a board and then I go back to my projects to go inside another board. And it should only really stay for just the previous action. It shouldn't just stay around for like multiple different pages, just whatever previous page I was on. So if I was on project page and I went back to home, actually there's no breadcrumbs in home, so don't worry about that. But if I was in a board and then I went back to home, I could go back into the board real quick. Also, the breadcrumb in the board gets moved forward slightly because of the left-hand side menu bar. I think we should align the breadcrumb inside the project page in the same spot so that it feels more like in the same area. It's like slightly pushed back because there's no more sidebar, but we should pretend that there's a sidebar specifically for the breadcrumbs spacing, just to make it feel like it doesn't move at all. No findings. This was a big prompt, 4 minutes. Go ahead and merge. How are you managing token usage so far? What were the main issues that you faced? I mean, not really any issues because I don't really have a budget anymore. Obviously, series has done pretty well. YouTube, I used to have a budget, but the YouTube's bringing in a lot of money now. The series is doing well. I don't really have a budget, so I don't really worry about token usage too much. Got a max plan for Codex and Claude, works fine. Tim, what up, bro? Holy, call me sly because I slept in. Plus side of losing the morning contract. I finally can get more than 6 hours of sleep. Morning, Doobie. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Tim. Gotta lock in now, man. To be fair, I started the stream a lot earlier. I started at like 7-ish today. So, been going for a little bit already. Thought I'd slowly start earlier and earlier. Can't say it was easy. Have I merged this? No, I haven't. Merge. But it hasn't been merged yet. Stage loop workflows. There's a few findings. So we now have board deletion controls. If I restart, I should be able to see it. Oh, there's a little cross there, which is all right. Rather than just having the cross in the top right, we can steal the same thing from the projects where we right click and there's the duplicate or there's the delete button. So we can go in here, we can right click and duplicate or delete. And let's remove the cross in the top right. Let me chuck the music back on. Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I've still got the evening contract. So earliest I wrap up work is 10 p.m. Jesus, man. I'm tossing up just keeping on working until early hours. Or if I get some sleep and restart 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Dude. Man, I've never been able to work like late. Like anything past like 8 p.m., I'm like, I need my sleep, man. But regardless, yes, locked in. Finalizing legal forms so Prompter can go live in the next week or so. Final build is in testing. Issues with IAP testing because of forms. Dude, that's huge, man. Congrats. I'm keen to test it when it's ready. When it goes fully live. I'll give you feedback. You know I ain't short on the feedback side. Wait, which one was the loading screen? Wait, loading screen? Don't tell me I deleted the loading screen instance. Loading screen is still not popping up. I think we should make it a rule that whenever a user opens the app for the first time and clicks onto their very first board, we play the loading screen. Because right now, there's little things that are still loading, like the logos on the AI agents, for example. Takes like half a second. The animations on the arrows also takes half a second. There's these little things that I feel like are not being picked up on. Oh wait, there's a new update. Let's see if this fixes it. You've inspired the hell out of me, mate, and the Discord lit a fire under my ass. I appreciate you, brother. Man, that makes me really happy, Tim. I'm glad that I could help. I hope it's the start of something. Yes! Loading screen looks bomb as fuck. Let's go. Look at that. I love it. And now I can just go back. Yes, it's working exactly how I want it to work, man. All right, it says drafting your board. Okay. Ignore the previous prompt. Loading screen is working as usual. The one thing I will say though is it always seems to start on the drafting board. I think we should have the different options filter through each different time it loads. So it shouldn't always just be drafting boards the first time. Next time it could be the slaying dragons text, for example. Looks so good, man. AI moneymaker gang, bro, you still just at 47K. It's been months now. Bro, I know, man. I know, bro. Yeah, the thing is, man, you can't fake it, man. You can't fake it. Thing is, I've been on 47K for ages, like 20 days now. And it is what it is, you know? It's part of doing this legit, I think, is that sometimes you're just going to be stuck. And that's kind of part of what I knew the risk was doing this legit. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's not always a straight line up, you know. There's zigzags, there's plateaus, and I think we're just going through a little plateau now, and that's perfectly fine, you know. I'm confident that the app that I'm building is going to start generating revenue when it's live, and so I'm just going to lock in, focus on what I'm doing, and hopefully it reaps rewards. Okay. There's this new label that's been implemented, reads original prompt plus Nina, which is interesting. Use the new Claude feature goal. Maybe it can pass the 47K. I should definitely try it out, hey. I don't think I can try it out inside of Conductor though, can I? Yeah. Don't think I can. Yeah. It's not inside of conductor, unfortunately. Let's get another review on this thing. Yes, I understand that's how SaaS growth graph looks, but what happens to what brought this 47K? Yeah, like the apps that I were building didn't have longevity, right? Like the main app that brought this in, it brought in like 37K of that was Ore Miner, right? And Ore Miner was a crypto trading / crypto mining app. It did $650,000 in trading volume, which we would took like a small percentage of, which was, and like it just didn't have longevity. The tool that we built that off of another project, and that project has now since dropped to 95%. The volume is like 1/100th of what it used to be. So like the app just didn't have longevity. And so now my focus is different. You know, I kind of came into this challenge as like the crypto dev guy. And I was like, you know, I'm going to make crypto apps because that's what I'm comfortable doing, because a lot of the money that I made in the past was from crypto. Now I've kind of got a bit of a different look on life, because I'm like, crypto is actually not as reliable as I want it to be. And so these next apps that we're building, I'm having to go through a lot more hoops, and I'm going to have to going through a lot more learning curve. That's why there's this big gap of nothing happening, because I'm having to learn a completely new industry. So yeah, I hope that kind of explains things for you, bro. Mareep, welcome, welcome. What's our usage limit at? We're at 96%. Damn. Claude's usage is shocking, man. What are we at with Codex? We're at 62%. Okay, we've got the transcription down here now. It's working fine here. Where's the record voice transcription? Testing 1, 2, 3. I want to see if the transcription actually works or not. Yeah. Oh, it sent it as a prompt. 3, I want to see if the transcription actually works or not. Yeah, okay, cool. So I have a few issues right now. The first one is that it took a very long time for the transcription tool to actually be available. Way longer than the drag and drop transcription tool that we had. The other thing I also want to mention is when the transcription was done, it went ahead and auto sent the message. I kind of just wanted to transcribe and paste it inside of the chat box. That way the user can review it for any last minute changes before sending the prompt. Note that there are recent changes into the UI of the chat. So we need to make this clear button maybe sit as a little circle underneath, or as a little pill. I watched last stream and I enjoyed having this in the background, so I'm going to do it again. Oh, I'm glad, bro. I feel like it's like we're like this communal office space. That's how I look at this, right? It's like you're working on something, I'm working on something, and we kind of just like have a conversation occasionally while we're working. Okay, thanks. That was very helpful. We should aim for retention, but isn't it a lack of marketing? Do you have any systems and strategies to help in that aspect? The thing is, like, you can't polish a turd, right? So if the tool that you built was on a greater project that is bigger than your tool, you need the project and the success of that project to perform well for your tool to perform well. My tool was like tiny little thing on this bigger project. Regarding the marketing, 100% agree. Like, my background is marketing, so I can't not agree with you. But we've hit usage. But I will say that, you know, when I have a product I'm happy with, I'm going to go really hard on the marketing. And I'm excited about the marketing. I feel like a lot of the audience that kind of watches, they're more excited about the development side of things. But, you know, me having my marketing background, I'm more excited about the marketing. So when I have a product that, nice, loading screen is really cool. When I have a product that I'm happy with, I'm excited to kind of shift the streams more focusing on that side of things. But yeah, man, these products, they take a while to build, that's for sure. I might need to get GPT back on the review. So we've got board deletion controls now. So like right click, nice. Right click, delete. Breadcrumbs, which is the breadcrumbs? This one. Go ahead and merge. Tool setup, review regressions. So I open a narrow follow-up PR with these fixes. Merge. This has been picked up. This has also been picked up. Nah, dude. The marketing is something I'm so down for. I have a tech background. I want to learn the marketing. Bring it on. Okay, that's good. That's good. I feel like a lot of people have like this fear of like marketing. Like it almost stops them from launching their app. I don't know. I've noticed like there's this like, it almost like makes people pause. Like they just want to keep perfecting the app because they enjoy the development and what they're good at. And you know, I'm guilty of this too. It can be scary when you have to launch your app. You get that like fatigue of like, oh, and you're like you get paralyzed a little bit and like what to do next. There's a lot of reasons for it. I feel like imposter syndrome is definitely there as one of them. It's like, oh, you know, what if this succeeds? What if this happens? What if that happens? Like, I know there's a lot of reasons for people feeling that way. That's exactly what I'm saying. I have a fear of marketing, but it's because I don't know very much about it. Need to learn. I feel like you'd actually have a decent, like, you know, if I met you on the street, Tim, I would actually see you as like a marketing guy more than a technical guy, which is kind of funny. Like you give marketing vibes, you know? I think this is merged. Let me just double check. We can ha ha ha, that's wild. Guess I gotta hone in my undiscovered marketing skills then. Genuinely is something I must learn next and I'm keen to see you do with Ace. Marketing is the easiest part when you have a good product, 100%. You try to sell a turd, no one wants to buy a turd, you know what I mean? Nah, I'm excited to market Ace as well. It'll be fun. Runtime publishing also completed successfully. But you know, technically, if you think about it, even while I'm working on this, I'm technically marketing Ace because I'm live streaming everything, you know? I post the short forms every day, like that's all intentional. Like sure, it's to like grow my personal brand, but it's also the fact that while I'm able to work on Ace, I'm also growing my distribution. Okay, this is merged. Add stage loop workforce. I want this loop to be super robust. I noticed that the output blocks don't actually show their output. I just get this text saying, run the board to generate a synthesis. And you know, that should happen at the very start when you don't have chat history. But right now we have chat history and there's nothing being shown about the previous response. It makes sense that once you clear chat, it would go back to this, but we haven't cleared chat yet. I paid $280 for a year of Coursera plus unlimited classes. They have some good marketing certs. It helps to do 1 hour class right when you wake up and before bed. What did you learn? Starship. 280 quote was their Labor Day sale. It's 400 usually. Do you feel like you came out of that with valuable information? Starship? The software I'm using right now, this one is called Ace, and this is my own app that I'm building. If you want to try it out for yourself, there's a link in the description where you can sign up, and you'll be the first to know once it's live. The thing with marketing is I feel like it's very hands-on, you know? You need to kind of get in there and do it to learn. Because, you know, you can only learn so much from theory and from other people's experiences. You actually got to go in there and realize, you know, there actually aren't that many rules to the game. There's so many different methods of marketing. Like, once you go in and try it and, you know, you do something random, like I'll use the ice bucket challenge as an example. You know, companies were using the ice bucket challenge as this trend that was popping off, but then it could be used for marketing, you know? You do the ice bucket challenge, and now all of a sudden you're getting engagement because you've jumped onto a trend. Like, there's so many different ways and methods, you know, Reddit marketing, commenting under pain points, you know, AI UGC marketing, short form content, long form, live streams. Like, everything I'm doing right now is marketing. This live stream I'm doing right now is technically me marketing, you know? Like, there's a lot of reasons and benefits for me live streaming. Think of the leverage I'm getting right now. I'm able to build my app while also marketing the app, because you guys get to see, okay, I'm using the app. I'm getting people in the chat asking me what app it is. I link them to the newsletter. The newsletter's already got close to 2,000, 3,000 people in it. If just at a 10% open rate, that's 300 potential customers right there. Hey, I'm a security researcher. I'm going around notifying Vibecoders who are streaming. People are going around sending malware infected repos. Be aware of this. Ah, thanks, probably Taylors. Appreciate that. Appreciate the heads up. You think selling agents, OpenClaw, etc. for businesses is a good agency? What's your thoughts about that? I reckon potentially not OpenClaw because it breaks easily, but Hermes, yeah. You definitely could. You could even just set up Claude, dude. Like, you could literally go in Claude and just be like, yeah, look, this is Claude. And then set up a bunch of routines for them and be like, look, now it's going to read your emails. Now it's going to do this. Now it's going to do that. Just think, what is the use case that they have? Can they do it inside of Claude? If no, use Hermes. If yes, use Claude. Claude's reliable, you know, they don't mind coughing up the $200 for Claude. They can use it across their team. Yeah, they're probably hearing about Claude a lot, because their level is a lot lower, right? So Claude is new to them. You know what I mean? You don't, OpenClaw and Hermes is like kind of interesting to us, but we're deep in the weeds. Another individual who was streaming earlier was hit with ransomware. Really? Okay. Well, I'm not really like clicking other people's repos and stuff very often, so. Wow, new intro for the app looks hella clean, bro. Thanks, man. That's the loading screen. Check it out. Look how cool this loading screen is, guys. You go back in here and look at that, slaying the dragon. How clean is that? Like, tell me that's not the next big app that's gonna blow up and make me hit 100K. That's the type of loading screen you wanna see for that shit, you know what I mean? If my app don't have a loading screen like that, man, I don't want it, man. I don't want it. I don't want it. Currently the breadcrumbs on the top left-hand side. So it's merged. So, okay, this is looking cleaner. Board 2, we can change. Go to Yo. Ah, yes, this is, I love it. I love it. I love it. So now when I go new, so now I want to alter, when I create a new project, it should just ask for the project name. And the project setup should just be removed. Because I notice in the breadcrumb, it's got this little coding section up the top. And I think that's very unnecessary, you know? There isn't really any difference. The board can be used for anything. So let's just remove that entirely. Pencils for the intro animation, exactly, right? If my intro animation don't got no pencils, man, I don't want it. Codex $20 a month sub is the best deal, period. Catch that startup unicorn poop. Bro, for real. Yes, I just tried Hermes, but is there a way to rebrand it and have some subscription from it? Of course. If you're selling it to agents, just the fact that you're able to manage and keep it running is a subscription in itself. You don't need to slap your like payment gateway on top of it. You can just give them the Hermes agent and just like, you know, let them have the beneficiaries, but you're the one who like has access to the VPS. You're the one making sure it's on all the time. If they ever have any issues with it breaking, then you come in and you show like, yo, look, this is how you fix it. Like you charge a recurring fee for maintaining that service. Make your target until 1 million. Why only 100K? Well, I actually wanted to do 100K first. You know, baby steps. And then from 100K, we can go for $1 million. No, it's nice, but the pencil should be 3/4 back, not side profile. It looks amateur fix. That's a good tip. So let's have a look. So if I go back into here, now I'm trying to force. So the pencil feels too side on, hey. That's a good point. Which one's the loading screen? Is it this one? Probably get rid of this. Currently, the loading screen is great. I just have one issue with the pencil being a bit too side on. It should be 3/4 back. Right now, it feels like it's fully back. All right, let's see if this prompt is good. Walked app. You should write me a prompt, man. Because I feel like this prompt isn't going to cut it. Currently, the loading screen is great. I just have one issue with the pencil being a bit too side on. Really, bro? How many months did you finish your product? I had under-promised my clients thinking Vibecoding can finish fast. What? How many months did you finish your product? I think vibe coding, it can be fast if you know what you're doing. If you're like me and you have little coding experience, it can definitely take a lot longer. I feel, at least. Simplify project creation flow. Let me just review that change. One looped output. Just copy this. Get a review on this. Walk Dapp with the prompt, thank you. Currently the loading screen is great. I just have one issue with the pencil being two side on. Remove the 2D profile perspective pencil. Instead have the perspective 3/4 back in its place. All right, Walk Dapp, let's see. Let's see how well this prompt goes. Vibe coding is just a tool in reality. It's not some magical thing that speeds things up 100x and delivers products instantly. Still requires a human in the loop to review, correct, guide, etc. 100%. I'm an expert, so I find it a lot quicker to just have to LLM tell me what is wrong with this, because it's best at pattern recognition and next token prediction, not so much. Yeah, struggle with the bugs, learn the hard way. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're promising something, you always got to consider the fact, like, are you doing this for the first time? And if you are, like, make sure you give yourself that leeway. I went on a spree fixing thousands of bugs with LLM recently. There was days of non-stop closing issues out. Nice. What LLM were you using? Starship. Add stage, loop, workflow. Let me get another review on this thing. Project can no longer create coding repo backed project spaces. Sidebar or board toolbar, it now always sends kind, new, and workflow brainwork. That removes the previous path for creating a coding project with a typed GitHub owner repo or local repo path from those entry points. So users can only create an empty brainwork project unless they use the separate GitHub browser. I think we make it so that users users still need to be able to connect to GitHub. So I think it should just be normal that each new board that is opened up is just a GitHub repo on default. I think if the pencil was 3/4 back, it would look better. If it was more still than twisty, how it is right now, since 3/4 back at a pencil, I think that looks more like you holding a pencil. And when you draw with a pencil, you aren't all too twisty with your writing. Yeah, so it like kind of stays in one spot, hey, rather than like twisting around like that. I feel that. Hey Doobie, the changes coming to Claude won't impact how Ace works. They're locking programmatic function behind API starting soon. Yeah, Tim. We explored this earlier. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty annoying, for sure. Like even Conductor uses Claude. So the fact that we're going to have to, be placed behind API is definitely a bit frustrating for sure. But at the end of the day, this is still a tool. It 100%, bottom line is that 100% will affect my app. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that, this is a tool that multiple agents can interact with. Obviously, Claude is going to be a bit more expensive than the other agents, and that's just something that people are going to have to take into account. And I guess for me, my focus will be, what are these additional agents we can implement? Maybe we can implement GLM, Kimi K, and including more and more agents so that it's less reliant on Claude, I think. I used GLM before, it was unlimited. I got overconfidence, but it lied to me a lot saying it's finished, but in reality it didn't. Now sticking with Claude and Codex, and it can get the job done fast. Dude, Codex is, elite. Dude, it's so frustrating, man. And dude, did you see the way they announced it? Like, the announcement is so misleading. I had Vince in the chat telling me, dude, it's happening. Like, they've done it. But in the announcement, I'm like, no, it's not. They don't say anything in the announcement. But it's right here. This means that third-party tools built on the agent SDK like Conductor and OpenClaw work with your Claude plan, but will draw from your credit the same way your own scripts do. Which basically means it's so misleading, but yeah, it uses the API. To add some clarity, you don't pay extra. It's the same subscription, same price per month. What's new? Our sub now covers 2 separate pools. Interactive sub limits unchanged. Programmatic new, $20 to $200 included. Credit metered at API rates. Yeah, credit metered at API rates. And this guy's like, if we're being honest, you're still not telling the whole story. Users who typically consume more than $20 to $200 of Agent SDK or Claude P use, which was previously counted in the interactive use bucket, will indeed have to pay more to continue working. Yeah, it's like, dude, API usage is, bro, you're screwed. You're screwed. API, man, I remember I tried API once and it was the biggest mistake ever. I lost like $100 overnight. Doobie, you are free to use Claude inside built agents SDK, but it still takes out of their API. It's with API metering though, so yeah, it's kind of annoying. It'll still work, just people will run out of credits a lot faster. Doobie, I finished my first product after 2 years of Vibecoding. This is the first real product I'm proud to launch soon. Damn, 2 whole years, man. That's actually insane. What's the product? Let's see if that pencil prompt worked. 3/4 pencil on loading screen. Let me just get a quick review. I'll get another review on this. Get another review here. No findings. All right, so we've just finished implementing our staged loops workflow, which is incredible. It's going to allow people to loop their agents. And after countless reviews, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reviews. It's finally gotten to a stage where there's no findings. So let's go ahead and merge this. This is a big feature implementation. So would something like VS Code be affected? I think so. I've embedded API into another app I'm building, but we'll be billing customers for usage, so hopefully not a huge deal, but yeah, big money sink. That's the thing, right? Like, if you're the one charging the customer, then you end up looking like the bad guy because you're the one charging them and billing them, but at the end of the day, it's Claude who is charging more, right? So you got to cover your costs. Promise I will share with you, if not here on Discord. All right, bet. Is Hyperframes actually better than Remotion? Yeah, I think Hyperframes is better than Remotion. Remotion's, yeah. Hyperframes, there's some before and afters I've seen on X. It looks like the real deal. No findings. Okay, let's go ahead and merge this. So there's some changes. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Whoa, why have they started glowing? There's still like this slow moment when I click on the transcription tool and it takes like 1 or 2 seconds to even register the click. You know, when I hover my mouse over the button, is it possible to add like some sort of glow effect or some sort of effect on the icon for the mic and the send button, kind of showing like this is interactive and you can click it. And also when I do click it, there's like this delay, and I'm just wondering what is the cause of this delay and if it can be reduced. There is one finding here. Paste that in. Hydrate output blocks, another finding. New update, ready to restart. Hey buddy, I have an off but relevant question. When you do your shorts and when we reply, where do you send those results or any answers to? Does that make sense? Yes. So I send my shorts across YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Instagram is where the commenting function actually works, because that's where the tool that I use works. But if you're looking at something like this, if it wants to load, I don't even think that's right. If we scroll down to maybe this one, you got to look into the description. So right down here are all the links. And this is because I can't send them to you by comment. So what you got to do is you got to look in the description and just scroll to the bottom, and you'll always find the link there. So yeah, and I usually pin a comment saying link in description as well. So yeah, hope that helps, bro. For the help with the pencil, I've been vibe coding as a complete bot in Claude Cowork. When I go into finalizing the code and auditing, what would you recommend I do? I mean, the fact that you're using Claude Cowork is crazy, by the way. Claude Cowork is not meant for vibe coding. So I would recommend, usually you have usually what you do with Claude Cowork, and I see what you did there. You wanted to exchange information. That's why you gave me the tip with the, hey, first let me check if the tip actually works. So I'm going in, I'm opening a board. All right. It looks nicer. I think not moving the pencil around so it's so squiggly. But when you go into Cowork, right? See down here, you basically give it a workspace environment. It has access to like a folder usually. If you went into Claude Code, you can give it access to that exact same folder by just like finding it wherever it is. And then you can continue the project. And what I would recommend is you just continue from there, auditing and finalizing the code. And you could just do that through the code section here. Don't feel like it's scary or anything. Like, it's just a chat box at the end of the day. And if something goes wrong, you just need to rethink how to explain it, what you want. So I think it was this one. New pencil animation looks great. However, the way that the pencil moves is unnatural, right? If you think of how a normal person moves their pencil, they hold it in the one spot while they draw all these different lines. However, in the loading screen, the pencil kind of goes up, it goes down, it goes sideways, and it like does these weird loops and squiggles. It doesn't really make any sense and it doesn't feel natural. Can we make it so that it feels more natural, almost like a human is holding that pencil, right? And it's just in that one kind of angle. It moves slightly left and right, but it doesn't, flip a 180. On that note too, Codex vs Claude Code, which is better now? Codex 110%, bro. Codex is 100% better. Thanks, Legend. All good, bro. Do you have any income stream from my job or anything that gives you the living, money, and fuels that quiet building phase? Yeah, my YouTube channel. So I guess big bit of a background on me is that I came into this with about 10 to 12 months runway in savings, right? Crypto, I made a lot of money, enough money. And I told myself, look, I'm going to completely pivot into AI and vibe coding and content creation. And that was about 4 or 5 months ago. So just last month, my content creation side just crossed a level where it fully pays for all of my expenses now. So even if the vibe coding side doesn't do that well, the content creation side pays for everything. Like, even if we look in analytics, right? Just from ad revenue alone, this last month, the YouTube channel has made $3,300 just from ad revenue. That's not including the sponsorship deals. That's not including anything, right? Affiliate links. The sponsorship deals alone are closer to like $15,000, $20,000 just from small 60-second slots added into my YouTube videos. Like even you look in here, there's a 60-second slot. This is a paid video. This is a paid video. This is a paid video. And companies are just reaching out. This is a 60-second slot. And so I'm getting paid to basically have these 60-second slots that you see in YouTube videos usually to sponsor these videos, right? And that's paying for my living right now, which is great because I thought I was stressing, man. I only had like 8 months left on my runway, and I was like, damn, man, if I don't lock in right now. And honestly, the money that I made from this challenge as well helped a lot, because I was like, okay, that's extended my runway, you know? And when you kind of have a business like the one that I'm running right now, where there's like content creation involved, there's, you know, AI development involved, there's so many random expenses, right? Like hiring an editor to, you know, pump out more videos, or hiring a cameraman to help me film better quality videos. You know, paying for different AI tools, and paying for different scheduling tools, and paying for different, you know, people on the team to, you know, help out in certain areas, so I can continue to invest in my own business and grow the output, right? So when you have a runway of 8 months, you know, 1 month you might spend 5K just on rent and, you know, living expenses. Next month you might spend like 8 or 9K based on, like, you know, how much you're using your AI tokens. You know, are you trialing editors? You know, I have a shorts form editor, for example, who's part of the team. I pay him once a month, and I literally film all these short forms in one day. I spend an entire day filming 30 shorts in one day, and it helps me with the research. Peace out, Tim. And basically lets me pump out a video every single day without any issues. Now I don't need to worry about it. Even on a day when I'm feeling a bit down and I'm a bit, you know, not feeling like working, at least I know that there's a short form going out because I just pay this one guy to do it. Same with the videos. I have like 2 videos I'm filming every single week, and I have 3 different editors that I go through, including myself. So there's 4 people editing my videos right now, and that kind of helps me make sure that I'm posting at least once or twice a week consistently. So yeah, that's the whole system, if anyone was curious. But yeah, I think because of the niche that I'm in and AI and stuff, it's like there's a lot of money floating around. How do you find good people to onboard? What do you mean? Like in terms of sponsorships, or how much did you spend on marketing? Maybe like not much money at all. All marketing that I've ever done has been organic. I don't really pay for like paid ads or anything like that. If I do, it'll be for like AI tokens to generate, you know, AI UGC. But usually my marketing is more organic. I've never really focused that much on paid. I'd love to get into it and trial it. People you hire, how do you find good people? It's just trial and error. You know, you got to go through a lot of different people, and you need to, you know, trial them. I like to ask for a sample edit. You don't know they're going to be good. I just reach out to a bunch of people on Upwork usually, or I'll put up a job post, and then let's say 20 people reply. I'll message every single one of them and be like, yo, let me trial you for a 1-minute edit. And then I'll trial all of them, and it's expensive because I got to pay all 20 people, but it lets me narrow down to the person that I'm going to work with. And sometimes none of them work. It's actually really hard to find editors right now. You can imagine why. Like, there's a lot of money in content creation, and all the good ones get taken up. All right, let's open up Ace, restart. Happy for you, mate. On a delay now. This is so good to hear. You are sponsored now too. Keep up the good work. It's inspiring. Oh, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Throwback to the days when I was still on Replit, man. Those were the days. I wonder what it looks like if it's night mode. When I go back. Clean, clean, clean. So now I go in here, new board, start from scratch. Don't know what you want, just prompt your goal. Which one was it this one? No, this was the loops. Is it this one? Okay. Can we add a drawing tool to the toolbar where users can literally just start drawing? And this allows us to draw an arrow. So don't know what you want, just prompt your goal and the arrow can point at the workspace prompt. All right, now if I go back, from where you get the initial traffic traction to get a chance from the platform algorithms to get your videos viral or not, because most videos don't surpass 200 views each. So it's frustrating. You're looking at it differently, bro. There's no like goal or tip or anything on like where to get that initial boost. The truth of the fact is your videos just suck. Like, you got to learn this the hard way, but if you actually put in the work and the craft to get good at YouTube, you start to realize there's so much technicality on how long the hook needs to be, how long the script needs to be, how long you stay on a certain topic, how quickly you transition. You know, when you do transition, is it just a stop and then a next, or are you smoothing that transition out? There's all these technicalities on increasing the retention for your videos. And at the end of the day, if you're getting 200 views on your video, you know, you got to look at the thumbnail, you got to look at the title, you got to look at the topic, you got to look at the video as well, like 4 different things, right? And so there's strategies that you can do to, you know, increase your success rate, and that includes, you know, research. You know, are you just making videos that you want to make? Are you making videos that are actually going to succeed on YouTube because you've done research? You know, you've seen like, okay, this person made this video and it got X amount of views, but he only has 1,000 subscribers. Maybe I should make a video like that. You know, you need to kind of treat it less like a hobby and more like you're actually starting a business. And when you start a business, what are you doing? You're researching the market. You are, you know, figuring out what works, what doesn't work. When you go to actually make your content for your app, you're looking at your competitors. When you go to build your features, you're looking at your competitors. YouTube is the exact same thing. When you go to make your video, you're looking at your competitors. You're looking at, you know, how do they make their video? You're looking at, you know, what topics are they talking about? So if you're only getting 200 views, then chances are the video that you made, it might feel like you made an amazing video. And even if you did make an amazing video, maybe it was just a topic no one cared about. Or the way that you packaged it, you know, what's your click-through rate on the thumbnails? If you're not getting like at least above 6% on your click-through rate, then chances are YouTube isn't going to push it, because they could just push someone else's thumbnail that's getting a 10% click-through rate. And that means that they're getting more views out of their push. So why would they push your thumbnail that only gets 3% click-through rate when they know they can push this one that gets 10%? So it's a competition. You need to be competitive. It's all about retention and keeping the viewer, not leave your video early. Exactly. You hold a retention through a 15-minute video and you get like 5 to 7 minutes in retention. Dude, that's huge. If you can get a 50% retention score on your videos, that's like low-key all you need. Like my video that went viral, it's on like 500,000 views now. The first 3 days, it was only on like 1,000 views. And I was looking at the retention and I was like, dude, this is like the best retention graph I've ever seen. It doesn't make any sense why this video only got 1,000 views. And then fast forward the next day and it's boom, 100,000 views. And I was like, see, I knew it. I knew that video was gonna do well. I just realized I wasn't sharing screen. All right, so let's try this out. We've got our second stage here. And now we should be able to just loop back. And now this is a loop. I'm wondering if there's a better way to visualize this loop. Which one was the loop? Was it this one? No. This was pencil. Currently, the loop function has this tiny little label at the top. And I think we should just make that label just connected to the string. So, but if they didn't show it enough people, how they will know if it's to the right audience or not? I mean, because you're gonna provide, you know, your SEO on your title. You gotta, it's like, dude, this is YouTube's algorithm, man. They've like matured this algorithm over 10 to 20 years of the platform being live. You don't think just off of 200 people they're gonna know if your video is to the right person or not? Clearly it worked for me. If you look at my older videos, dude, look at this. Literally look at this. Dude, look at this. My first video, 400 views, 600 views, 300 views, 300 views, 400, 300, 150 views, 122 views. And these all have more views now because obviously my channel's gotten bigger, but these were a lot less. 88 freaking views, man. 488 views. This is the first time I actually tried doing a bit of research and it did well. 8.3K views. 900 views. So, you know, you can see, and this is, you know, the views are higher now because obviously the channel's bigger. But when I first started, this was 200 views. This was like 100 views. This was like 50 views. This was 50 views. This was 200 views. So clearly there's a pattern where, okay, when I made this video, it got a bit more views. You know, it hit like 1,000 views. I was like, whoa. And then when I made this video with the hype of OpenClaw, it hit like 3,000 views. I was like, damn. You know? So it goes to show like YouTube's algorithm is capable of, you know, finding winners. This one got 40K views, blew my mind. I was like, ain't no freaking way I just got 40,000 views. You know what I mean? But it goes to show like YouTube's algorithm is capable, you know? Obviously 500,000 views on this video, absolutely ridiculous. I have no idea how I hit that number. Honestly, it blows my mind. I'm like, what the hell even happened? But yeah, it goes to show from the little roots. It took from 88 views, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 until I got my 40K view one. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 until I got my 50K view. 12, 13, 14 until I got my 80K view. 15, 16 until I got my 500K view. 16 videos later, earlier, I was getting 88 views. So, you know, it goes to show YouTube's algorithm is more than capable of getting cracked, okay? You just need to lock in and work hard. Are you actually working hard? Like, are you working harder than me? Because I'm on this shit every day. It's all I think about. Like, you know, are you doing the planning? Are you breaking down why your video is going to succeed and giving it every possible reason to? Like, look at my planning board. This is just for like my next month of videos. I literally break down every single video in my niche that has done well. This guy, he's only got 5,000 subscribers, but he made a video that has 107,000 views. You know, I made Claude Code and Codex build the same app, raw results. So now look at this video, watch it, and understand, why did this video perform so well? Can I implement something similar? And you just go and do that with every single freaking video, right? And then, you know, you want to look at like the titles. Is it the thumbnails? Is it the topic? And you break down everything, you know? Even when you're making your own videos, you can look at the retention graph and you can study it and look at, okay, where are people dropping off? What is the solution to the retention that just dropped? You know? Okay, what is the issue here? There was a heavy drop off in the first 45 minutes. Okay, what is the solution? I need a shorter intro moving forward. I'm going too hard on my introduction. You know, are you doing this? Because if you're not doing this, then probably chances are you're not working hard enough, mate. Automator Lab. What's good? I have a question for you, bro. What is that thing that you told me about made by OpenAI? It was like synthesis or something. I was trying to look it up earlier. I couldn't find it. Hey, Doobie, I like your shorts. Thanks, bro. That Claude usage limit video is the video I found this channel in. Thanks. Yeah, I think that's my big discovery channel right now. But yeah, this is basically my strategy on how I make YouTube videos. And it's how I've consistently been able to hit outlier videos. Like, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outlier videos. Like, even over here, pivoting from OpenClaw to Claude, 2 outlier videos. So, you know, clearly my strategy works, and I'm giving you guys the source for free, completely for free. No course, no nothing. Here it is. Take a screenshot, do what you got to do. Yeah. And I use AI a lot as well, actually. So can attribute a lot of those views to AI. At the top, we should just make that label connected to the string that was last connected to initiate the loop. Symphony, that's what I was looking for. Symphony, I gotta write this shit down. Because I was looking to implement it, but I couldn't remember the name. I thought it was synthesis. Symphony. Like, you tend to cover topics better than others. Thanks. You and Mind are what I tend to watch. I'm currently Vibecoding a website for fun. It's like Wordle, GeoGuessr in a way, but with a music artist I like. That's cool. Props to you, bro. Also been prepping everything to start dishing out content. Editing a Hermes installation tutorial right now. Hey, that's a good start, man. Hermes is trending right now. So, how long do you reckon till you can get that video out? You should try and get it out sooner rather than later. And don't be afraid if it's shorter. Don't feel like it needs to be 10, 20 minutes. It could be like a 5-minute video, you know? And I actually recommend, if you're just getting into YouTube, start doing like 3 to 5 minute videos, because they can get a lot of traction. And then you're like, okay, cool, let's step this up a level and then do the next thing. You know what I mean? Okay, so apparently the dictation tool has gotten better, which I want to test. I'm going to pause the music for a second so I can test it. All right, we're in here. We're going in the board, slaying the dragon. Nice. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. So I actually missed the entire first section. So there seems to be this like buffer when starting up the mic. And I feel like we need to show some sort of like animation as to like it loading when that's occurring. And also, how can we reduce that buffer, you know? When I have other applications being used, I don't see that buffer. Can the buffer be hidden behind a countdown? So once we click the button, it counts down from 3, like 3, 2, 1, and then starts recording. And then it's almost like we're hiding that buffer. Yeah, there's a few options there. Let's explore. Yeah, I definitely overdid it since it's 20-ish minutes. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Gonna start doing shorter, more concise videos and long form for it really needs it. Dude, 100%. Run it up, man. I'm excited to watch it, bro. I'll give it a watch and a like. That'll give you that retention. Start warming the mic earlier. Keep the stream warm briefly after recording, but this has privacy. Okay. Implement option 1, part of option 3. Instant loading animation, click. Start setup on pointer down and cache. We're safe. I would not do the countdown yet because it makes every recording feel slower unless the user explicitly wants that style. Okay, let's implement 1 and low risk parts of 3. I think preparing mic could come across the entire workspace prompt. And I think what could be cool is how the sound bar goes up and down based on my talking. I think it could be cool if that was implemented across the entire workspace prompt. So the entire workspace prompt bar becomes a sound bar while I'm talking. And, you know, part of the setup can be even turning it on and the animation of turning that into a sound bar. And then once I've turned it off, it goes back to a normal workspace prompt with the text inside of it. Connect loop label to loop edge. Let me just review that. Music back on. Yo, also like up the stream if you haven't already, man. This is the first time I've live streamed on a Thursday in like 4 to 5 weeks, I think. I've been being a bit slack on the Thursday live streams, but I'm looking to go hard now. I'm back and I'm motivated. The revenues stayed at this level for too long. I think also the edge should be able to connect to the stage. So for example, I can draw the stage to the other stage as a connection. And that basically symbolizes that when the output is ready from there, it'll go onto the next stage. And it'll just keep whatever settings that the stage it's connected to has. So if Claude is the priority agent, then it'll just go there, or the main agent. So I think the output block can keep the connection, I think stages can connect, and that basically just means the output block has connected to the next stage to form the loop. And I think we should have autocorrects in place as well. So if I try to connect the output block to an agent, that should just autocorrect to the stage connecting to the stage, if it's a loop. All in right now, bro. Hasn't been a better time than now. 100%, bro. This is the time where people gonna start printing bread. What are you building, bro? This is my agentic coding environment called Ace, which makes it really easy for people to, connect and let AI agents interact with each other rather than going from one platform to the next. You can do it all inside here. You can create loops, you can do all sorts of things. And yeah, that's kind of it. If you want to potentially be one of the first to hear about it, feel free to sign up. I've got a link in the description where you can sign up to test my apps, and you'll be the first to hear about it. I made an app with over 200 free users, but none of them converting to the premium model. Any advice? Yeah, I think that basically means that depending on your app, your onboarding needs work. So you need to, improve the actual onboarding screens, and try and show what is the actual benefit. Are you providing enough benefit in the paid tier? Because even at a 1% conversion rate, you should have 2 people having joined the paid tier. So that tells me 1, either you're being too generous in the free tier, or 2, that you're not providing enough value in the paid tier. So you need to figure out what it is. Secondly, if you want to implement things like freemium model, where some things are free, or like the entire app is free up until like the 3rd time you try it, or up until like the 2nd time you try it. Or you could implement free trials where like the first time they join, you ask for the credit card and everything straight away, but you don't charge them. And then it's a trial. You might only get like 20 people actually join your app, but this time like, okay, at least that's 20 people that are signing up with the idea of paying, rather than 200 people, even though it feels nicer. 20 people with who have given me their credit card, even if they cancel their membership, is way more valuable than 200 free users. How much do you spend on tokens per month? Right now I just have a max Claude plan, a max Codex plan, and a mid-tier Gemini plan, and that's doing me great. It's like $500 a month in expenses, but what am I getting out of that? I'm getting the ability to live stream with you guys every day. I'm getting the amount of content I'm producing, the amount of scripts that I'm producing. Like, there's so much value that I'm getting out of that. A lot of breaks. How we doing, bro? Hope you're well. like to make sure these are all merged. What's my usage on? 31%. Nice. Good, thanks for asking. How are you? I'm good, bro. I'm good. Another day, another dollar. Started the live stream a little earlier, so thank you. Looks like you're making profit too. How are you finding the quality of the apps? Most people complain about marketing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do complain about marketing, but I feel like, because my background is marketing, I come from a marketing background, so I'm actually more excited about the marketing, and it's actually the building of the apps that is difficult for me. Okay. You know, it's nice that it used to feel like having 6 AI agents working at the same time felt like a lot. Now I'm just used to it. Why tokens getting more expensive? Shouldn't be the opposite as the infrastructure gets getting efficient. It's because they got a lot of VC money to subsidize the expenses so that we could enjoy them and they could hook us in, and then they can slowly reduce how much they're subsidizing us and increase the cost per token. As the models also get better, they're taking up more tokens too. And I think maybe there'll be an inflection point eventually where maybe the technology has gotten really good, so the AI token cost is also not terrible. But we're in this weird bit right now where tokens cost a lot and we're getting subsidized. We don't know for how long. It's weird. Subsidies, investors have to get paid. Exactly. What's your plan for this? Sorry for asking tough questions. No, not at all. That's what this is all about. I mean, you know, I think the only moat left is distribution. Okay. So when you think about distribution, what is it? You know, what community do you have? What audience do you have? And how do you plan to, you know, market this thing? Well, I think I've got distribution sorted. I post short forms every day. You know, my YouTube has tripled in growth in the last 3 months. I've got long form videos. I've got live streams. Like, in terms of plan, it'll literally just be to keep doing what I'm doing. Like, I've already got an email list with 2,000 people on it just from building the app like I have done here. People are interested just from that alone, you know? And so, yeah, I think my distribution is kind of like going to start organic fully, probably closed beta, and then based off of the feedback, I'll make it public and I'll probably put some paid ads behind it, maybe see if other influencers want to help push it, probably go from there. AI UGC, probably be involved. And the whole thing is I want to be able to do everything inside of Ace. Like, I want to be able to set up the marketing inside of Ace. I want to be able to set up, you know, everything inside of Ace. Did I review this already? I forgot. So now if I go in here, name your project. This is where your boards will live. Side projects, Stealth Co, personal, Acme, anytime. Go inside of here. And then I guess there it is. You could have different boards here. Is that being reflected? Yes, it is. If I was to go here, inside here, create a new board, build a team. What's the name of the team? A weekly newsletter on AI agents written for non-technical founders. Published every Tuesday. Cites 3 original sources. Reaches 2K opens. Cites sources, no code. Ships weekly. Constraints. Constraints don't fully make sense to me. When it comes to the onboarding and creating the team, the first mission section doesn't fully make sense to me with the constraints. It's got plain English, cite sources, no code, ship weekly, founder friendly, and that's just based off of the example shown in mission, right? So if the user gave a different example, then those constraints are no longer valid. So what's the point of even having constraints? Should we replace it with something else, or should we just bin it entirely? Yo team. Team name is Yo team. I love this loading screen, man. I'm addicted. So, if I was to create a new board from scratch, we're waiting for an update that shows the drawing. It says it's already merged. I'm not seeing anything. We do have a draw tool now. Yo, this arrow tool is kind of sick. Nice. Kind of rate it. The fresh new board that I created didn't come with an arrow pointing at the workspace prompt. No findings. Let's go ahead and merge. Is this the strongest marketing nowadays? I've seen some apps going viral just because they've paid out a lot of UGC creators to promote their app. Yeah, 100%. There's a reason why everyone's doing it, you know? So I think AI UGC is a huge opportunity right now. Good luck, brother. How about the limits? Do you hit them frequently? The designs are really good though. Eerily good. Thanks, man. I think I do hit the limits with Claude. Codex, I don't tend to hit the limits that often. We're close to hitting it now though. We are at 27%. I just saw your stream recently, but this got me really interested. How do you learn to do all of this? Dude, I learned it from you guys, man. I'll literally be live streaming. If you go and literally watch the first live stream, I have no idea what I'm doing. And it's the people in the chat that are like, hey, your microphone's not loud enough. And I'll be like, oh shit. And I'll turn the microphone up. And the next person will be like, hey, you're using the AI agent wrong. You need to do this. And I'll be like, oh shit, okay. And I'll like, change how I'm doing that. And then they'll be like, hey, that's actually not a good way to, like I was using Replit, which was like this online AI tool. And they were like, Replit's ass. Why are you using Replit? And so I changed. It's this incremental growth of like getting a little better every single live stream that I feel like you might be seeing right now. I still think I'm very new and I don't really know what I'm doing, but it's good to see that some people come in here sometimes and like, yo, this is insane. What the hell, dude? I just saw your stream recently, but this got me really interested. I just read that. Love the vids. Looking forward to working with you. Painting business went out of business, been all in on AI, but haven't found right path. Any advice? I would probably think about, AI as a service. I think, the service aspect of AI is greatly underserved. Think of all the companies out there in the world. Every single company right now is hearing about AI, but they've got no way to implement it into their businesses. So they need an AI guy. And they don't even know who to contact for that because it's just a new role, So local businesses filling in, cold reach outs, rocking up in person and just being like, yo, and obviously learn how to do it first before you try and sell it. But even like the very first one, it could be like you do it for free. Cold DM a bunch of people and just be like, yo, I want to try and implement this AI feature into your business for free because I'm starting out for the first time and I'm really confident that I could do this. I've been doing AI for X amount of time. However, I really want to make sure I'm providing enough value. So the very first thing the very first client that I work with, I want to do it for free. And they'll be like, yeah, sure. And then boom, do it. Maybe add 2 points in the arrow to curve it. That's a good idea. I like that. Can we add 2 points along the arrow to allow users to curve it? What are you using? Whisper? Yes, I'm using Whisperflow. Yeah, dude, look how nice that is. How clean is this menu bar? So smooth. And then I can just add something. It's really good. I love it. I just polished a tool for builders and contractors to measure plans. Is that worth it? And how much would I sell? A tool for builders and contractors to measure plans. I mean, if that's what you're comfortable with and if that's the niche that you think you can get sales in, then you do what you got to do, bro. Don't feel like you got to do like what everyone else is doing. Think of how many people are in construction making content about AI. Not many. So there's a reason why you're not hearing about it. But you can be that person as well. Do you think that heaven is just Claude Opus 8? Just prompting life? Just That's funny. What do you do to make money? I do full-time content creation and I build apps that are not profitable at the moment. Currently, all the money I make to stay afloat comes from my YouTube channel. I've used an app similar to this before that was a board. Would it be good to add the edge of the arrows being able to snap onto the edge of something else? Like the front of the arrow and the back end? Yeah, I mean, kind of like what you're seeing already, like this. Like, see how like you can kind of drag and drop and do shit like this? It's kind of the same, no? Okay, interesting. Currently, there is a issue where the priority is not being utilized when connecting an output to an agent. You can see the priority in the stages. This arrow should actually be facing the agent, but for some reason it's facing the other way, so it's not giving the handoff label. Can we fix this? When connecting an output to an agent or an agent to an output, and especially when it's based off of stages, we need to consider the priority of the stage. If it's priority 1 stage connecting to priority 2 stage, that's a handoff. If it's priority 2 stage connecting to a priority 1 stage, that's also it should autocorrect to a handoff, unless we are then. It's already connected from priority 1 stage to priority 2 stage, and then priority 2 stage is connecting back to priority 1 stage, which would make it a loop. This is a clear distinction we need to automate. Hope you gonna make some more money, bro. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. When nothing seems to work, that's when to push hard. 100%, I agree. What repo is this? This is private repo. Chuck music back on. Fix onboarding working rules. Cannot loop label to loop edge. I'll review this real quick. Incredible, easy setup. I mean, I built it myself, but the setup should be easy. I'm gonna make it so that there's an onboarding that like kind of walks through, so someone who has no experience is able to understand how to use this tool. Feel free to sign up in the description. There's a link. Just give me your email and you'll be the first person to know when this tool goes live. I'm not gonna spam you with weird newsletters and shit. I'm not like that. I'm just literally, all I'm gonna do is tell you when the tool is ready. That's it. So if you wanna know, get first-hand access to this tool when it's live, link is in the description. Just, yeah, chuck your email. Dark mode? Dark mode's pretty cool. I was rocking dark mode for a little while, and then I actually decided that I liked light mode more, which is crazy because usually I'm a sucker for dark mode. Can you suggest us some good DC communities? Yeah, my one. Join my Discord community. Link in description. Also, leave a like if you haven't already, guys. Support the stream. And subscribe. Like, if you haven't subscribed and you've been watching for more than like a couple minutes, like, hey, you clearly liking it here. What's a subscribe gonna hurt you with, you know? It's free. Lets me know I'm doing something right. Say less, I'll sign up now. Legend. Love the vibes and here to learn and grow. Excited to see what you create, brother. Oh, thanks, bro. Yo, why the chat so nice to me today, man? I'm used to people coming in and like, and being like, dude, what the hell, man? You gotta do like that, and that, and you gotta like do this shit, and you gotta like, you know, rub your belly and freaking pat your head. I'm used to people coming in and doing that shit. Where can I leave a hug? Feel free to leave a hug. The hug emoji is always appreciated. I'm not gonna lie. I love the hug emoji. Probably my favorite emoji out of all emojis. I love the hug emoji. Like, can we make that like the... If there was a feature where I could set like a default emoji, it would be the hug emoji. Dude, whoa, how'd you make that intro animation? I used Claude design to make the intro animation. It looks really cool, right? Dude, check this out, guys. Look at this shit. I go into home, go into click a board. Look at that. Untangling the wires. Boom. And it only ever works when I click on the board for the first time because it's like loading up the elements. Drafting the board. Boom. Look at that shit. Damn. Bruh. Damn, bruh. Slaying the dragon. Slaying dragons. Bruh, this motherfucker out here slaying dragons, bro. What more do you want from a freaking app, bro? What more do you want from an app? Sharpening the pencils? Bro. How many times have you forgotten to sharpen your pencils, bro? Tell me that. Tell me that right now. It looks really nice in dark mode too. It does. I'm not gonna lie. I like the dark mode as well. So I can now connect here. Boom. We've just connected. Now we're in a full loop. A full loop, all right? So let me just fix something here. Get codecs in here. Connect it to this. Now, I need to get rid of this stage. So let's get rid of the stage. Now let's create this stage here. Now let's create a stage here. Now what happens when I do this is there's priorities, okay? So you can see this as priority number 1. So when I type a prompt in here, yo, what's 9 plus 10? This is now going to come back with an output, and then I can connect the output into here. And then what I can do is I can actually loop the output back into here. So now I've created a loop, right? And oh, I've run out of quota for my Gemini when I haven't even used it at all. Thank you very much. But now I have a loop. And what you can do is you can keep doing these complex kind of agentic workflows, and it can help you gain aura points. You feel me? But yeah. Mad vibes, all just trying to get it all love. For real. We out here hustling. We out here hustling for real. I haven't looked at my agents in a while. See, that's how I know I've been talking too much. When there's only like one agent left that's working. There should at least be 3 agents working at all times. That's the rule in this live stream. If you don't got 3 agents working, then there's something wrong. Let's look at my codex usage real quick. 22%. Fix onboarding working rules. What's my Claude usage at? %. And this was regarding changing the pencil. Is ACE an acronym? Yes, it is. I'm glad that you asked. Because if you look at the top over here, and I've just realized my camera is hiding it. But if you look at the top, see this little logo right here? I hover over it and it stands for Agentic Coding Environment, all right? ACE stands for Agentic Coding Environment. Hey, and I'm coining that shit, yeah? I don't want nobody coming in and stealing. This is mine. I'm coining that. I know it's a cool name. I came up with it. I'm coining that shit. Agentic Coding Environment, motherfucker. What's the API burn for all of these integrations? Any idea what the setup cost would look like for me? Currently just using anti-gravity on a Biz Ultimate plan. So the beauty about ACE is that it installs to your device. And why that's good is Mareep saying stolen. What a dog. Bro, next thing you know, I see in the Discord, someone's released an app called ACE. But the good thing about this is because it's a local app, it can actually connect to your pre-existing Claude subscription or your pre-existing Gemini subscription or Codex subscription because it can use the native CLI version, which basically lets you run these subscriptions on your computer. So it can connect to that. And so you can run the same subscription. It's no API billing or anything like that. Although looking at Claude's recent announcement, it's looking to change soon, but hey, we'll get to that hill when we get to that hill, right? That's genius, bro. Thank you. I thought so too, bro. When I had this idea, I was like, ACE, man. ACE, Agentic Coding Environment. Like that is freaking like, bro, tell me that's not the coolest shit you ever seen, bro. That alone deserves like 100k MRR just from the name alone. We're hitting 100k MRR. You feel me? Because that's what ACE is, bro. ACE, man. I'm thinking we could make the logo like an actual ACE as well, and you've just won at that point. You know, like people are forced to download your app because it's just too cool of a name to not download. You feel me? Like as if you ain't downloading that shit after hearing that name. Why are you remaking N8N? That's a great question. So I feel like N8N, there's still a huge barrier to entry, right? You still got to watch the tutorials. You still got to understand it. And it's the reason why it's not user friendly is because you got to connect all these APIs. Like any tiny little thing you want to try and do, you got to connect the API. You go to the website, you got to figure all this BS out. This is going to be less of that. This is purely focused around agentic workflows, and it is able to identify if you have a Claude subscription in the Claude terminal, it's able to identify where the Claude subscription is. It's able to identify where your Codex subscription is. So you don't have to like put in your API keys. You don't have to figure out where the API keys are. You can just connect your Claude subscription by pressing a couple buttons. The other thing as well is you're able to create these loops, and API keys can cost a lot. So you know, if you're using the subscription, there's a huge benefit already compared to N8N. You know, you're saving way more money. Would you be down to sell me this setup and well, the thing is, it's not ready yet, but it will be live, and I'm looking to charge like $15 a month for it. Look, it comes with voice annotation as well, so you don't even need Whisper Flow. You can just talk in here, and I think it's going to help a lot of people, because I know that these are problems that I faced when I first started. So I'm just trying to solve problems for the doobie that was starting out for the first time. That's exactly what this app is for. And so you can put your email in the link in the description, and I'll basically notify you the moment that this app goes live. It'll be $15 a month is what I'm thinking, at least. I haven't confirmed anything. And yeah, I'm not gonna send you any spam emails or anything. I'll just let you know when this goes live. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, and this is good. Branch is clean. Has it been merged yet? No, it has not. Let's go ahead and merge. Prompt dictation work form. Let's try this out. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Does the dictation of my app actually function or not? And how well are you able to transcribe my voice? If I talk in an English accent, that wasn't English, I don't know why I tried that. If I talk in an Aussie accent, that was British, I don't know why I tried that. Good day, mate. Are these accents working? All right, let's see. I don't love the animation. It looks kind of lame, actually. I might need to go into Claude design and fix that up. All right, for example, the Word version of this is the hint in that it is in the word proof, and listen to it on your laptop. Try another one that consists of... What the hell? I didn't say any of this shit. Dude. Alright, hold on. Let me pause the music. Maybe the music had an effect. Let me try this shit again. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Is this actually working and functional, or did I just waste my time for the last 2 hours trying to build a tool? Okay, audio transcription failed. Okay, let me try this again. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Pop up the failure of the transcription again so I can take a screenshot, please. How long do I need to do this for? Testing 1 2 3. There we go. All right, I've taken a screenshot. Let me go into, which one is it? Here we go. The transcription is not working properly. Also, I've realized that when it was working, it did not transcribe my voice at all. There was like weird, Japanese kanji being thrown at me, and Hindi. I'm like speaking English, so clearly something is broken with the transcription. Can you look into what that might be? And also I got this error. So what's going on? That was a bad prompt. Maybe make the transcribing animation have random bars instead of the pattern. It looks like it's in groups of 3 and 4 of slowly going bigger. Doesn't look cool if it's not random. Trust. Okay, I will trust you. I agree though, the animation looks complete dog shit. I'm actually going to redesign it with Claude design, but I've run out of my Claude design subscription already, so... Can we use the build.nvidia API in case we run out of money? That's a good point actually. I should look into that. The plan is to include more and more AI tools. Like I want to include Kimi, I want to include GLM, I want to include DeepSeek. So, there's more interaction. just answered your question, Namilo. Sorry for the delay. I'm going to university this year, and I hope I could make something that gives little revenue. Even like 20 MRR would be fine with me before I actually start making more at uni. Just doing it for fun anyways. Are you building anything, Marie? What are you building? I'm struggling with marketing part. I have zero money for marketing and also targeting audience. Then India is hard here. I have productivity site for desktop users. Give me tips and tricks. If you have absolutely no money, that means you have a lot of time, and I would use that time to scour Reddit and, you know, try and help people in Reddit, try and like grow my Reddit account with karma points. And then I would, you know, make posts saying, hey, I built this app in the correct Reddit forums. And also if people have problems and pain points that my app solves, then I would wait for people to make those posts and then I would comment underneath it. That's like a simple, easy marketing tip if you have no money. You should be able to get your first 100 users doing that. The main thing holding me back from turning vibe-coded apps into real SaaS is the database side. I rely heavily on Supabase, and getting that integration right beyond the MVP phase is what scares me. There's nothing to be scared of, man, because it's not like all of a sudden you launch your app and you're going to have 1,000 users, you know? You're going to launch your app and you'll have like 5 users, and then you'll be able to see straight away, like, okay, is the database working with the 5 users? I don't think it's not anything to be scared of, bro. Once you do it, you'll realize it's not that scary. It's that website I'm making. I'm hoping to maybe advertise it within the music artist community that they have. I'm only really going off of AdSense, but if it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. Now that's cool. I can see it being fun amongst streamers. So like, you know, promoting it and being able to push it to Twitch streamers who like game and stuff. I can see it kind of being used for that audience and niche. But yeah, on that note, probably going to end it here, guys. It's been your boy Doobie. I feel like we got a lot done, but I'm feeling the energy draining out of me right now. I think I've been doing too much brain work. I'm going to take a bit of a break, go to the gym. I got to film a YouTube video as well, so I'm going to do that. But yeah, thanks for joining. Appreciate you guys. It's been a fun time. Yeah, thanks Marie. Appreciate you, man. Thanks True Tunes, Emilio. Thank you Solda. Thank you Diejans. Thanks Romano. Thank you for joining. Crazy Mirakami. Thank you for popping in. Dine Life, thanks for joining. Silly Laird, peace out. David, thank you. Tim, Scope. I'll catch you all later, yeah? Peace out, Syncotic. I hope you guys got some work done as well. AI Moneymakers gang, thank you. Automator, a lot of breaks. Thank you. Thank you all for joining. Thank you. Peace out, MD Tron, Lee. Thank you. Walked Dapp. Peace out. Kick. I'll catch you guys later. Jose. Jabbar. Bye. See you guys next time.